Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Study of the Soul, a Metaphysical Journey. I'm Hadassah, and I will be your moderator for today's session. I hope you all can hear me. And I need to it look like I got a red light special or something going on in here. We're here every Sunday about 8 a.m. Central Standard Time, 9 a.m. Eastern. And this is where we just, we come together and get a little bit more understanding about Yahweh's purpose, Yahweh's purpose, pattern, and plan, and who he really is and how he actually exists. So let us go ahead and hop into it. Um, this study of the soul, the metaphysical journey, was inspired by the teachings of Dr. Henry Clifford Kinley, who was the founder of the Institute of Divine Metaphysical Research. And he founded the Institute of Divine Metaphysical Research um, just really as a result of a divine vision and revelation that he had received in Springfield, Ohio, June 6, 1930. The school was incorporated in 1932 in Springfield, Ohio, and then the corporation moved to the state of California in the year 1958. And he formed schools throughout the United States, Canada, and certain other foreign countries. So, throughout our discourse, we will be using the true, correct, and original names and title of our Father and His Son. The true name of the Heavenly Father is Yahweh. It has been improperly substituted by Lord. The true title of the Word or Son is Elohim. It has been improperly substituted by God. And the name of the Holy Spirit manifested in or out of a physical body is Yahshua. It has been erroneously substituted by Jesus Christ. Now, Lord and God are titles and not names. The Apostle Paul, filled with the Holy Spirit, in 1 Corinthians 8 and 5, tell us that there are Lords many and there are gods many. But we now know that each Lord must have a name and each God must have a name also. Elohim is a title, but unlike Lord and God, Elohim is a divine title. This means that Elohim is a title that our Creator chose for Himself. And Jesus is a name, but it's an erroneous name. A minor investigation on your part in a good dictionary or encyclopedia would prove that neither the Hebrew language, the Greek language, nor the Latin language have any characters or letters in their alphabet that will produce the sound that is made by this letter J. And neither was there a letter J in the English language until some 1400 years after the Messiah's death. Therefore, such names as Jesus and Jehovah are impossible renderings of the true, correct, and original name and title of our Father and His Son. And Christ is a title, just like Lord and God, derived from the Hindu. Now, Yahweh is pure spirit. And in this state, He is incomprehensible and inscrutable. He is the ultimate source, substance, limits, and bounds of everything. We have Yahweh in His pure spirit state symbolized on this chart as a cloud. Now, Yahweh is not a cloud. He merely chose a cloud to symbolize Himself because a cloud has no particular or descriptive shape and form. We've drawn the cloud all around the edges of this chart to show you that everything on the chart is within the cloud. And in like manner, everything in the universe abides within the pure spirit state of Yahweh. Yahweh, knowing that man could not perceive of Him in this pure spirit state, took on shape and took on form right within Himself as Elohim. And this form could only be seen in divine visions and understood in divine revelations. Later on, this self-same spirit manifested Himself in a physical body and walked the earth plane as Yahshua the Messiah, whom the world calls Jesus Christ. Now, there is only one name given unto salvation, and we must know that name. A simple yet intelligent question that we should ask ourselves is, what was the name of the Savior during the time that he walked the earth plane? A further understanding of this name and title may be had by reading the preface of the Holy Name Bible. And also, we teach by the divine pattern of the universe. It is called the divine pattern because it's Yahweh's pattern. After Yahweh led the children of Israel out of Egypt, he called Moses atop of Mount Sinai and showed him this tabernacle pattern in a vision. Yahweh instructed Moses to build one exactly like it in the wilderness of Sinai. And this pattern consists of a most holy place, a holy place, and a court round about. These three compartments make up the one tabernacle pattern. Throughout this discourse, we show proof how that everything in the universe is made and operates according to the structure and function of this threefold tabernacle pattern, and that absolutely nothing escapes this pattern. Our primary constitutional aims and objectives are as follows. One, to help you find and know Yahweh our Elohim as he really is and actually exists. Two, to form a nucleus of universal brotherhood of humanity in Yahshua the Messiah without distinction of race, nationality, creed, sex, caste, or color. Three, to investigate the unexplained spirit law or so-called law of nature and the powers latent in man. Four, to encourage and promote the study of the scriptures, comparative religions, psychology, philosophy, and modern practical and occult science. Five, to extirpate current superstition, skepticism, and ignorance. Six, to learn, know, and understand the operation of Yahweh's eternal purpose through the dispensations and ages. Seven, to discern and avoid being deceived by Lucifer, the serpent, the devil, the dragon, or Satan and his demons, operating the mystery of iniquity on earth through the dispensations of time. Eight, to earnestly contend for the common salvation and faith which was once delivered unto the sons or children of Yahweh. 9, to make known that Yahweh from the beginning ordained there is no other name given among men whereby man can be saved, saving the name of Yahshua the Messiah. 10, to inherit eternal life now in the kingdom of Yahshua the Messiah with the hope of immortal glorification in the new earth state. Our watchword is peace. Our slogan is speak the truth. And our theme is Matthew 24:14 through 15. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations, and then shall the end come. When you therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place. Whosoever reads, let him understand. These are our research helps that you can take a screenshot of, and we will also show these research helps towards the end of our discourse. And a great scholar once said, if a man made law cannot be traced to a divine source, then not only should its effectiveness be questioned, but even more, its intent should be suspected. The divine laws, as revealed to Moses and taught by Yahshua, whom the world calls Jesus Christ, must be discerned spiritually and put into practice in our everyday lives. Wise decisions based on obedience to the laws of the Bible, so abundant in mercy and justice, bring about the constant harmony and peace which can be ours. Into the law and the testimony, if they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light or understanding in them. The law or the Torah are the first 5 books of the Bible that was given unto Moses, Genesis through Deuteronomy, or given unto Moses to write, Genesis through Deuteronomy, and the testimony of the prophets, Joshua through Malachi, and witnesses, Matthew through Revelations. At this time, we'll bow our hearts and minds for prayer, and also our scripture lesson in continuation will be Deuteronomy chapter 10. So let us all bow our hearts and minds. And we come before you on this day, this morning, Heavenly Father Yahweh, to learn more about you, your purpose, pattern, and plan of salvation, and learn about you as you really are and you actually exist. Not what we think or believe or imagine or conjure up in our own minds with our own imagination, but as you truly are, as you actually exist, and as you frame the worlds from the foundation. We thank you for you manifesting in the flesh, in a physical body, walking your own earth plane in your existence to show us by example our walk by the things that you did, just as a good parent or father would do, teaching his children by his example of living. We thank you for your mercy and grace, and we just thank you for everything. We are so grateful for your love for us, and we ask just to be led and guided by you. Keep all the distractions at bay. They will happen. We know and we understand that that is part of the purpose because the adversary has a purpose. And the adversary's purpose is to distract us, it's to get us off of our course. However, you have conquered those things and you've made us more than conquerors. So again, we thank you, Heavenly Father, Yahweh Elohim, and we love you in Yahshua the Messiah's name. Hallelujah. So our scripture lesson will be Deuteronomy chapter 10, and I'll be reading from the Holy Name Bible containing the Holy Name version of the Old and New Testaments, critically compared with ancient authorities and various manuscripts, revised by the late A.B. Trainer through the Scripture Research Association and reprinted by Yahshua Promotions. This is Deuteronomy, the 10th chapter. Let me bring this over this way. There we go. Okay. At the time, at the time that Yahweh said, at that time, Yahweh said unto me, hew 2 tables of stone, like unto the first, and come up to me in the mount, and make thee an ark of wood. And I will write on the tables the words that were in the first tables which you break, and you shall put them in the ark. And I made an ark of shittim wood, and hewed 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and went up into the mount, having the 2 tables in my hand. And he wrote on the tables, according to the first writing, the 10 commandments which Yahweh spake unto you in the mount, out of the midst of the fire, in the day of the assembly. And Yahweh gave them unto me. And I turned myself and came down from the mount, and put the tables in the ark which I had made. And there they be, as Yahweh commanded me. And the children of Israel took their journey from the wells of the children of Jachan, Jachan to Mosera, where Aaron died. There Aaron died, and there he was buried. And Eleazar, his son, ministered in the priest's office in his stead. From there they journeyed unto Gudgodah, and from Gudgodah to Jotbeth, a land of rivers of water. At that time Yahweh separated the tribe of Levi to bear the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, to stand before Yahweh to minister unto him, and to bless in his name unto this day. Wherefore, Levi has no part, nor inheritance with his brethren. Yahweh is his inheritance, according as Yahweh thy Elohim promised him. And I stayed in the mount according to the first time, 40 days and 40 nights. And Yahweh hearkened unto me at that time also, and Yahweh would not destroy thee. And Yahweh said unto me, Arise, take thy journey before the people, that they may go in and possess the land which I swear unto their fathers to give unto them. And now, Israel, what does Yahweh, your Elohim, require of you, but to fear Yahweh your Elohim, and to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve Yahweh your Elohim with all your heart and with all your soul, to keep the commandments of Yahweh and his statutes, which I command you this day for your good. Behold, the heaven and the heaven of heavens is Yahweh's, your Elohim, the earth also, with all that therein is. Only Yahweh had a delight in your fathers to love them, and he chose their seed after them, even you above all people, as it is this day. Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff necked. For Yahweh your Elohim is a mighty El, and sovereign of sovereigns, a great El, mighty and terrible, which regards not the persons, nor takes bribes. He does execute judgment of the fatherless and widow, and loves the stranger, in giving him food and raiment. Raiment is clothing. Love you therefore the stranger, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. You shall fear Yahweh your Elohim. Him shall you serve, and to him shall you cleave, and swear by his name. He is your praise, and he is your Elohim, that has done for you these great and terrible things which your eyes have seen. Your fathers went down into Egypt with 70 persons, and now Yahweh your Elohim has made you as the stars of heaven for a multitude. That's Deuteronomy chapter 10. They went down into Egypt with 70 people. 70 is 70. And from 70 people, he multiplied them as the stars of heaven. And if you can number or count the stars of heaven, then you'll be able to count the multitude or the people of Yahweh. Now, I don't know about you, but I've seen stars. And you can't even count all the great stars in the constellations. There's a lot of them. But there are many more, and they are stars. Stars are born and stars die. Just like people. We're born and we pass away. And we all have a star. Yes. So, yes, there are 10 commandments, and then there are statutes and ordinances. So along with the 10 commandments, there are 603 statutes and ordinances. So that's a total of 613. And at least those 10 commandments are narrowed down to one. We talk about numerology, right? One commandment. which is to love Yahweh with all your heart and all your might and all your strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. That's that's the 10 commandments in a nutshell. Um let us read them. What are they? And I know this seems like, and it's something that I wasn't even planning on doing what I'm about to do now, but it's coming forth, so I have to say it. Um, and it reminds me of what Paul said when he said, when you, what did he say? It's something in regards to, when you ought to be teachers. It's like you need to go back and learn. That's the point of continuing education, right? Um, the education doesn't stop just because we have a whatever, whether it's certification, a a, a diploma, a certification, a degree, a license. It doesn't stop at that. There's continuing education. I mean, just from a natural standpoint, there's continuing education. You have to continue to go to, like workshops and things like that, because there are new developments and tools that you can use, like say technology, right? We have technology, we have AI. And when you learn how to use AI, right? Like that would be a continuing education course. Learning how to use AI to as a tool to assist you in whatever it is that you're doing, right? So say like you're a teacher and you have like lesson plans and things like that. You can use AI as a tool to help you develop them, right? I use AI. I use AI to help build my homeschool and Forex education platform. I was given from the Holy Spirit to homeschool I have 7 children. 3 were already, they were coming out of high school by that time. Or they was just about to come out. And I was 6 months pregnant with child number 4. I was working as a licensed cosmetologist in the salon. I am standing there on my feet, right? Again, pregnant, and just out of nowhere, here comes the Holy Spirit speaking down in my mind, my consciousness. You must homeschool him. Sir, what are you talking about? Right? That wasn't my dream. Like my aspiration. My aspirations were to be a business owner and do hair and own salons. Um, what is this homeschool stuff? Well, it didn't stop. It wasn't when the Holy Spirit gives you something, it will, I don't want to use the word nag, but it will nag at you. It would just be, you know, it won't go away. It will not go away, and you have to do it. And I heard it within myself, within my own consciousness. So when the in the scriptures talking about having a sound mind, you need to be able to hear the Holy Spirit speak to you. You're not crazy. They'll try to make you think that, oh, you hearing the voices, that's what they call it, psychosis. And I mean, if it's something that will cause you some harm, then yeah, maybe that's probably what that is, right? But no, the Holy Spirit always, Yahweh always spoke to his people. It's all throughout the scriptures. The only way you don't know that is if you didn't read it for yourself to understand how Yahweh communicates with his people, right? So that's what I was given. I didn't do it until 10 years later. That one was in 4th grade by the time I did it. But from that time moving forward, I was I was so basically 10 years I was doing research and on homeschooling and what to use to homeschool them and all of that type of stuff. Now think about 10 years. Now, usually if someone is 10 years in outside of K through 12, right? 10 years in a college or university, that is like research fellow degree. You know, that's what that is. Cuz 2 years is associates, 4 years is bachelor's, 6 years is master's, 8 years is PhD. What is there after PhD? 10, 12 years or more is research fellow. Like, oh, you just do research. That's why they call it a research fellow. Do so 10 years or more, that's what that is. And I spent 10 years on researching, again, homeschool, what to do, how to do it, child psychology, like I went and got those things and those tools and those materials and those books for myself and did that with the unctioning of the Holy Spirit to do so. And when the time came, and how did I know the time had came? I know many people probably, um, you know, just well, I don't know. There's let's just say there's conflicting views on this gentleman. And I'm not here to show one or the other. It's just, I have to give where credit was is due. So Dr. Umar Johnson, I know everybody got this stuff. Like everybody got this stuff. Anyway, I came across some information, Dr. Umar Johnson on YouTube. I think this was when he was first kind of starting out, before all of the stuff or whatever, right? And um he had this book. I forget the name of the book and I don't have it near me. As a matter of fact, it's not on the bookshelf behind me. So it must be on a bookshelf that's in my living room. I got books everywhere. But I need a I need a house with a room that is a library office. That is in the making. Cause there is no way. I got books behind me, books books downstairs, books. Anyway, so somewhere around here. But I read that book and I figured that that's what was happening. But, it's one thing to kind of figure that, think or maybe feel it. I'll go with the feeling of it, like the feeling or intuition about it. But then when it's confirmed, by a person who is skilled in that area, then that's like, okay, so I'm not crazy, right? Um um but being equipped with that information, it hadn't happened yet. But then I started to see it. I never had a problem with my children in school. I never had a problem with trying to register them or anything. Anything. Next thing you know, here it is. I have 3 sons in 3 different schools, but they were all 3 sons, 3 different schools. I'm going to 3 different parent teacher conferences. And in each one of the parent teacher conferences, it's being suggested that there may be some ADD, ADHD like behavior and suggestions on medication and stuff like that. Now, Had I not been equipped or prepared with the information beforehand, I mean, I probably still wouldn't have, because I'm not a medication type of person anyway. I mean, there's a place for medication, but I'm I come from a health and wellness background. We don't really do all that. So we go for, like Yahweh said in the scriptures, in what? Genesis 1:29, Ezekiel 47:12, and Revelations 22:2. They all confirm the same thing, that the fruit of the tree is for food and the leaf of the tree is for medicine, right? So, yeah, we'll get a diagnosis of the issue or whatever. And when we find out what that is, we know how to go about to change our diet, our habits, and use herbs in order to help the situation. And we pretty much clear it up like that. Um, if anything comes that's, so Western medicine and prescription medication has its place. Um, and it has its place through emergency care. Western medicine is great at emergency care. But what is emergency care? You have an accident. You're in a car crash or something, and they have to stabilize you. And yes, get the medication. Yes, you need it. You see what I'm saying? But to be put on it, like, where you're like you're taking it like a vitamin, it is not a vitamin. You know, um, that medication is for emergency purposes. It is not an emergency purpose. Um, say it might be some heart issues or diabetes or whatever, but those are lifestyle things. That means that there are things that need to be changed in the lifestyle, right? There was some disobedience to natural laws that Yahweh, again, lifestyle, um, food. He told you what foods to eat. It's in Leviticus, the book of Leviticus. He give you a whole diet. It's there. He even tell you how to prepare it. It's in the book. It's unfortunate that we have not been taught these things in places where we go to be taught these things. But you want to take ownership and accountability for your own study and your own time. It's just like going to school. You go to you go to school, and there's certain things that your teacher is teaching, and you're supposed to be learning, but then you have to go home and you do some homework and some research because you don't have that much time in the school setting. But you can at least it starts there, and it's brought up, it's supposed to be brought up there, start there, discussion there, the introduction there, right? But then you go home and you do your own homework through research. Like, that's how that's supposed to go. But it doesn't often go that way, you know. But through education for real, that's how that happens, right? Um so it's like, well, why hasn't that been brought up in those places that's supposedly of, okay, it's a place of worship. What are you worshiping? We're not going to even go there because that's not the topic right now, but just think about that. It came up, so I had to say it. Just think about that. But learning those things, right? So again, accidental things happen. You have an accident, you playing some sports or whatever, and you break something. um Look, you don't even have to be playing sports. You step off a stoop and you just happen to fall and maybe break your ankle. Yeah, you need to be stabilized, and you want some medication or something to take the pain away immediately, or all of that. But it's not supposed to be something that you're on well, what we call disease management. We don't want to manage disease. You want to get rid of disease. Dis-ease, it means not at ease. Our bodies were made for ease and harmony. Sometimes it's relationships that are not, that's causing the health situations. Well, I know these days they call them toxic relationships or whatever. I mean, because hey, people have aligned themselves to be influenced by malicious spirits, and they're influenced by them. And then you have relationships with these people that are influenced by malicious spirits. And now it's taking a toll on you because you're trying to relate with something that your body is not at ease with. So then you start having health problems. And then you think it may be food or diet or something like that. And you tried all these things and you're like, it's still not clearing up for you. And people there are now more studies on relationships that are causing these health issues. And then as soon as you remove them or you remove yourself, next thing you know, you give it about 30 to 90 days and you better. Like whatever the health issue was, like it's gone now. You're like, oh my gosh, was it? Like, yeah, those things are, you can't see it, feel it, touch it, taste it, right? But it's emotional, it's mental, it's psychological. Those are invisible things. Those are spiritual, right? So I know I went on a tangent with that, but I guess somebody needed to somebody needed to hear it. Look, we all need to hear it, because just like it was said in the prayer, right? The adversary has a job. The adversary has a purpose. And let's not act like adverse conditions don't exist. They do. Well, the only way that there's an adversary is if you acknowledge it, or if we're not playing that game. We're not playing that game at all. Joshua had adversaries, right? Like, really, how did he die? Now, he did say, I lay down my life. No man takes it up. I can't nobody kill me unless it's purposed. But it was purposed. But who did it? Those who were adverse of his purpose to bring about salvation for all mankind who will receive it. Now it's out there for everybody, but everybody won't receive it. Why? Because there's an adverse spirit, there's an adverse condition to hinder or to block. And if we act like it don't exist, then that means that it got us in a headlock. So, although we go to carry out our purposes, we must be aware. When you see that, experience that hindrance, mark it. Mark it. Don't try to rationalize it away or whatever the case may be. That's what that is. And that's one of the aims, to discern and avoid. Now you discern it and you avoid it, just like Joshua did. Joshua discerned who those adversaries were. Those were who were adverse to the purpose, pattern, and plan of Yahweh Elohim, which that's exactly who that was, walking around in the physical body, keeping the commandments of Yahweh. He was keeping the commandments of Yahweh, and they were saying, no, you ain't supposed to do this, that, and the other. He like, if you knew who I was, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. But apparently you don't know who I am, because you are caught up on your own self. You are blinded by your own Ego. Let's go here. Matter of fact, we'll go here. Carnal mind and a spiritual mind. The science of mind and the law of the spirit. Like, this is where we are right now. We are at draw the line in the sand. Which side are you on? And there is no fence straddling. Just like he said in Revelations. Whether you are hot or cold, but because you're lukewarm, he said, I spew you or I spit you out of my mouth. Like you lukewarm. You in the middle. You straddling the fence. You can't be on both sides. It's like, here's an example for my traders out there. You like say there's a trend, right? There's a trend channel. And in this trend channel, the trend channel is an uptrend. Now, I mean, it's going down, it's going up and down, back and forth, because there's retracements that must happen. However, the overall trend is an uptrend, right? And so we don't want to trade against the trend. However, there are times when let's say if the overall trend is an uptrend, but then you have these 6 month periods, right? Where, let's just say, gold and indices. So the indices are US 30, US 100, US 500. Usually gold, okay? Unless something is off. Usually gold and the indices, you usually buy them. There's an uptrend between, that uptrend will start between like October and November, right? Where you buy. And then usually the downtrend starts to happen about April and May when it starts to sell. That's the retracement, right? Unless there's something else happening, like a pandemic, stuff like that, right? And usually, well, okay, I'm not going to get into all of that because I'm trying to make a point here. So overall, there's an uptrend, but then you have those 6 months periods, because what I just named was 6 month periods. Between October and November, you start seeing the buy. Between April and May, you start seeing the sell. That's 6 months apart. So if it starts to go on the trend of the buy, but then I click the sell and it's like, ooh, it's buying. So instead of getting out of the getting out of the sale to get in the buy, I'm keeping both trades open. It's trending up over the next 6 months, but I'm holding the sale. It's like, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like by the time you take profit on that buy, as soon as you hit that button, it's blow your account, because you're still in that sale. You're in a different trend. You can't stay on both sides. Can't stay on both sides. Now, if you're in an uptrend and you happen to, just within that uptrend, there may be a little retracement. If you want to get that little retracement, you better get in and out like real quick. That's a scalp. But for the most part, trade with the trend, right? So you're basically on one side of that trade, the upside of the trade. Like, let it retrace, get the buy. Let it retrace, 38 retracement or 618 retracement. After it does that, buy, right? Hit the buy. Try not to trade against the trend. There may be a day or even a week where it's like, okay, we're about to get a week retracement of a sale. So yeah, hop in the sale there because it's going to be selling for a week. But for the most part, we're still buying. Don't stay in it because you can't be on both sides. It's going to blow one side or the other. So, like this, you can't be, oh, I'm on Yahweh's side, but I'm a dip out here and there with the devil, with the adversary. It don't work. You're gonna blow one side or the other. It does not work, right? This carnality, you know, mind changeable. Um, Look, there's nothing. I This is what I want to say about morals. Morals don't hold nobody. People don't hold morals. And I've seen wolves, like spiritual wolves. They have morals. Spiritual wolves have morals. This is the reason why people end up, following after them and all that. Okay. Prime example. Y'all know what's happening with Puffy, right? Sean Combs, P. Diddy, all of the names. He had morals. People, oh, he a stand up, you know, dude because of, you see him with his children and what he doing with his children and all of that and all he took on I'll be sure's son and everything, like all of that. So people think like, oh, he a good dude until the revealing. We in revelation times. We are in the times of revealing. The covers are being taken off. The scales are being taken off of people's eyes, the mind, right? Like the curtains are being pulled back. This is a time of revealing. And then it was revealed. And everybody saw what he did to the young lady, Cassie. Now, of course, I could see that something wasn't right just in their relationship in the beginning. I mean, years ago, I was like, something ain't right about that. I don't know what it is, but something ain't right about it. I'm leaving it alone because I'm not there. I don't live their life. I'm like, but if I was somewhere around that young woman, I'd be like, I know that you think that you can handle this relationship with this person because they're older and powerful or whatever the case may be. But baby, all I see is control and manipulation that's about to happen to you. And a lot of young women don't listen to that. But, you know, and so she soon found out. By that time, you in such a emotional and psychological grip. It's more than just emotional. It's psychological. People be, well, why didn't they leave? And why didn't they do this? And why didn't they do that? It is a psychological prison. You don't know how to get out because you don't even know what's happening to you. Your mind is, and remember, we say the soul, psyche, mind is synonymous. The mind is in prison. Like, let's go here. Now, I know this probably look a little funny and you can barely see it, but you see, it's like, okay, it's a man and woman on both sides, right? Like, there's a husband and a wife on both sides. On this side, they're under a delusion. All men lead. Yeah. And you have two kinds of leaders. You have this kind that his mind is in chains. So who he's leading, her mind is in chains too. And she's bound to him. what does it say? Father of lies. It's all in his head. He believes it, and he's chained to this. So she's chained to it. He lies to himself. He's under a delusion. So if he lies to himself and he's under a delusion and his mind is in chains, he's going to speak the truth to other people? Make that make sense. It's not happening. If he believes his own lies, then he'll make those lies believable to other people. This is likened unto that situation that I was just naming, and she was bound to it until the light of day. I don't know when it happened, how it happened, where it happened, or whatever the case may be. But, I'll say this, because she was young, and then something happens around age 25. Like it's like a little light comes on. But I'll tell you what that is psychologically. And just physiologically as well. Our frontal lobe, which is like the emotional brain, excuse me, it's not fully developed until about age 25. And that's why it seems like sometimes a light comes on, sometimes, right? And you that's when the maturity starts to it's starting to happen. I can even show that astrologically with Saturn. We have what we call a Saturn return. We go through a Saturn return. And that Saturn return basically is at the time that we were born, at the time that you were born, the heavenly constellations were in certain places, in certain constellations. And Saturn was in a constellation at the time of your birth. Well, a Saturn return is when Saturn reaches that same constellation that it was in at the time of your birth. So, say for instance, when I was born, Saturn was in the constellation of Gemini. So, and in my chart, that's 12th house, which is a psychic house. So, around that time, when I was about to, go through a Saturn return, and Saturn was returning to that same position at the time of my birth, you kind of start feeling a little bit before it happens. That's like say you standing at the bus stop or something, or at the train station or whatever, and you see the train. It's a little bit down there. You waiting, right? It's a little bit further down, but you can see it coming. So it's like, okay, you see it. You see it. A little bit down is coming. So you start to, hey, you stand up and you're making sure you got everything together and everything. And then it pull up and you get on the train and you get in and you going on about your destination. Right. So it's like you can feel it happening, feel it about to happen, feeling it coming, and then boom, it's there. It transits through that sign for the Saturn return. It transits through that sign or that constellation for about 2.5 years, 2.5 to 3 years. And then afterwards, it's like this level of maturity that happens, take place. And it doesn't happen anytime before then. And physiologically, what's going on too is that development is happening in your brain, in your mind, in your frontal lobe, like all of that, astrologically and physiologically. It's happening at the same time. So she was younger. I mean, she wasn't, he wasn't all the way stupid. So she was legal, but just because somebody is legal doesn't mean that they are mature enough for whatever, right? There are some people that they could legally get a license, but they're not mature enough to be able to ready to drive and handle the road just because they're legal, right? So she was legal, but I mean, this man had done some things, lived his life, all of that type of stuff, and then here he is with somebody that I don't know. She might have been 19 or 20 or something when they started to date. But the man could have he had a couple of sons her age. She could have been dating his sons. They was around the same age, right? So anyway, she's under this delusion of being with this older man that was powerful and whatever. And I'm pretty sure he did all of the well, I mean, it wasn't hard for him to love bomb her or whatever the case may be, right? And then by the time she's in a psychological and emotional and mental grip, she's bound and can't move forward or get away or whatever physically until she started to develop physiologically and astrologically. Next thing you know, I see that, like she got married and she had a baby. I'm like, wait a minute, she not with Puffy no? I mean, it's not like I follow them like that, but I just so happened to see it. I'm like, I'm like, she pregnant. What? She having a baby by Puffy? It's like, oh, she done married a whole nother dude. And I'm like, good for her. This was way back when she, good for her. I'm like, I am so glad. I said, well, I see she woke up, you know, like I saw what age she was. I said, yeah, this is about right. She was over 25. She was maybe like 25, 26 or so. I said, yep, the timing happened. And I'm glad that it happened in her favor where she got out of that situation because I'm like, I don't think that was good. I didn't know all about the abuse and stuff, but I just felt it or saw it then. Then everything started to happen, you know, and it was only a matter of time because when you're under something like that, the abuse and everything, there's PTSD. Things start to come out, you know, and by her having the husband that she has, like, yes, he was definitely going to be like, you went through these things? Oh, no. No, no, no. You got to get justice or restitution or something. Because that is true. I mean, think about this is her husband on this side, right? Now, this is the kind of man she got. I'm not saying he's Yahweh, but he definitely has that type of spirit, life, revelation. You know what I'm saying? So now she's what? She's under a man that is definitely helped to restore her life, and she's under and in righteousness with the light and the Sabbath and the rest of her mind, right? He's a protector, he's the provider, and all of that stuff. I mean, this is his wife. He had a baby, they have children. So he knows that she has to heal in order to be whole as a wife and a mother, and then the things to go about that is needed to do that. Making sure she's in therapy and all of that type of stuff. And then getting justice for all of the abuse that she suffered. And not just sweeping it under the rug. And so things are starting to come to light because of the light that she is under, right? and to where the father of lies is being revealed with the abuse and darkness that he had her in. We have to see these things play out in real time, in real life. That's the revelation, right? These are the principles that we can see operating. And they work for everybody. Cassie don't have to be in class and you know what I'm saying? Like the people don't have to be in class and through Idea Mar or any other place for these principles to work, because they work. They work for everybody who will, come under the obedience and the will and the principles and laws of Yahweh in righteousness. He's not willing that any should perish, but that all come into the knowledge and understanding of him. The principles are working. I studied wealthy people for a very long time. I've read their books and everything. And you know what I find as a common thread? Whether that's wealth in spirit, wealth in their pocketbook, but the ones that have both, right? Wealthy spirit that manifest in their possessions, right? Because it has to. It has to. And wealth is the well-being of the whole, well-being of the community. That's what wealth is. And it's according to what the people need. So wealth doesn't necessarily mean, I have to have, the yachts and the this and the land and the all of that. It's whatever it is that you and your household, your family, and those that you would be or leave stuff behind. That's what it is. Right? So I've read the books. Not only have I read the books, I'm around them. And they all operate off of the same principles. You know what those principles are? When I read the books and I see the lifestyle and all of that, it's all in the Bible. They are living biblical principles, and they work. They even work for these people. They just working the principles. They just working the principles, but they are. How do you think that when the adversary, when Satan in Matthew chapter 4, let's go to that. Now Deuteronomy, it's I just love this because I'm gonna read this again and then I'm gonna go to Deuteronomy. I mean not Deuteronomy. I'm gonna go to Matthew. I need to get me a book stand to put right here so I won't have to have this book going back and forth. I actually do have a book stand, but I got something else on it. I have something else on it right now. But yeah, I'm gonna read this again, starting at verse 12 in Deuteronomy chapter 10. And this is Yahweh speaking. And now, O Israel, what does wait, let's go back. And Yahweh said unto me, this is Moses, arise, take your journey before the people, that they may go in and possess the land which I swear unto their fathers to give unto them. Now let's go in to possess the land. This is the land. And we say everything is a threefold tabernacle pattern. Absolutely nothing escapes the pattern. So if this is Canaan's land, this is the most holy place, this is the holy place, and this is the outer court. When we go to our bodies, this is the most holy place. This is the most holy place. It correlates with Canaan's land. So it's the taking back the possession of your mind from all of these thoughts, concepts, opinions, doctrine. The scriptures call it doctrines of demons, the traditions of men, getting rid of all of that. And then what thus saith Yahweh? Not taking a scripture or two and then making up some type of motivational speech. But what does Yahweh say? Filling our minds with what Yahweh said. Because what he said, if he told Moses to come up, hew out the tables of stone, and then he said, I will write on the tables the words that were in the first tables, which you break, and shall put them in the ark. Yahweh wrote it, and he put it in the ark. Yahweh wrote it, and he told Moses to put it in the ark. This correlates with the most holy place, our head cavity. What's here in the head cavity? The brain. That's the organ that the mind works through. We have two eyes right here. There are like the two witnesses of the Gabriel and Michael. But this one all-seeing eye, which is like to Yahweh, that's the reason why, like, people are talking about the pineal gland and how we need to decalcify it and all of that stuff. Yes, for the organ's sake in the brain. However, the calcifying, you can't calcify Yahweh, right? So how we see as one, two witnesses, but we see one panoramic vision, like when we're looking out, right? The all-seeing eye, Yahweh, the Ark of the Covenant placed in the ark that's in our minds, right? And then right here where you see, it's look like little teeth right here, but it says law, right? And my law should be in his mouth. So then those who have the mind of Yahweh speaks his law. You can't help but to do it. You, like they always say, you have a case. We would hear the elders in class say that, right? You have a case that I can't help it, right? And you really can't. When you are filling your mind with what thus saith Yahweh, you don't have anything else to speak. Now you'll be able to come up with deriving the like allegories and the metaphors and the similes and all of that to show, like Romans 1:19 and 20, that which may be known of Yahweh is manifested in them, for he has shown it unto them, right? For the invisible things of the creation, even his eternal power and supernal nature is clearly seen and understood by the things that are what? Made. That are made. We see invisible things by the things that we see that are here, because this physical realm is not the real reality. The reality is the spiritual, and it's manifested in the physical realm, right? So going into Canaan's land, them taking that trip from Egypt, and this is even in health. This is why, man, ooh, Yahweh, no, you're so good. Taking that trip from Egypt, from Egypt, the outer court, right? Your diet. That's the reason why it takes so much about cleaning up your diet. Taking that trip from out of Egypt, cleaning up your diet from a physical standpoint. They coming out of Egypt. I mean, because think about it. When you eat something, it don't go, well, you look, if you eat something, you don't want it to come up. That means you're throwing it up. You want it to go down, right? It's some tools. Yahweh made it like that. You want it to go down, digest, and come out that way. You don't necessarily want it to come out that way. But if it does come out, you have eaten it and it goes down and it don't agree with your stomach. It's like, no, this we not even digesting this. This is coming out. It comes out violently. It comes out, it didn't agree. It goes down in that stomach like, nope, we can't do nothing with this. The digestive enzymes won't even break it down. It's like, this is coming back out. It will not go any further. Now you're in the bathroom. Oh, my stomach. Lord, what's happening? Ooh, oh, you start sweating and all kinds of stuff. And the next thing you know, it comes out of your mouth violently. It's supposed to go down, but no, because it didn't agree, right? So, but coming from out of Egypt into the wilderness, in Canaan's land, this is why we have to start with the cleaning up the diet. Yahweh has the diet. I know there's all kinds of diets out there, and I will say that the Mediterranean diet is really closely aligned with the Leviticus diet. It is. It's very closely aligned with the Leviticus diet. It's a lot of fish, but even, in the outline, there's this other, so I have the Holy Name Bible, and then I have the Restoration Bible that has the true names in it too. But it's like a Schofield Study Bible that has the true Hebrew names in here. And they outlined the where is it? Did I bookmark it? No, that's the bookmark for Malachi. Oh, where is it? Let me go to Leviticus. So for Leviticus chapter 11, when they talk about the clean and unclean animals, like if your digestive system is strong enough to digest meat, because that's what it really boils down to. It's can your digestive system digest meat? And if it can, Yahweh said, these are the meats that you can eat. These clean meat. What does clean animals or clean meat mean? It means that they do not eat dead. They're not scavengers, right? Or they're not trash cans. Like, yes, in Yahweh's intelligence, he made animals, amphibian and the bird, all of them, to clean up the earth from dead things. So he gave them a diet of dead things. He didn't give his people a diet of dead things. So he don't want us to eat dead things or dead animals that he made perfect in their purpose for eating dead things to clean up the earth. That's all that means. It don't mean that it's evil, or it just means that's the trash can. Why are you eating the trash can? Why are you eating animals that I said that I purpose to clean up, toxins. You're eating animals that I made to eat up toxins and trash and dead stuff to clean up. Why are you doing it? Right? So I'm you know, Yahweh's people know that. Right? Like, I'm not fighting with anybody about their diet. I'm you gonna find out in your health. If your body not working properly and you having some problems or whatever the case may be, let's at least start there. You start in Egypt. There's a gut brain. And then what did they do? They came through the wilderness. Now you're in the holy place. When you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place. You got light, you got bread, you have prayer and intercessions. The aorta pumps blood to the heart. Through the heart. All of the blood is pumped, and it comes out through the branches of the aorta, distributing blood to circulate throughout the body, and breathing, right? Our oxygen and carbon monoxide and all of that, how it goes, in and out through. That's the breath of life, just like you have the prayer for the intercessions here, right? And they were out there in the wilderness. And what happened there when Yahweh said, I will give them a new heart, not like the heart, not, I will give them a new heart of flesh, right? I will put my commandments in their hearts. When they were out there in the wilderness, those old ones that came up out of Egypt had to die off because, they were just inundated with not only the Egyptian culture, but their own ancestor, Terah. Now, Abraham was their father of faith, but Abraham's father name was Terah, and he was an idol worshiper. So they didn't just get all that stuff down there in Egypt. Their own ancestor, Terah, was an idol worshiper. He made them and he sold them. And he bowed down to him because he like, well, shoot, if I'm making them and selling them to the people and the people doing it, I have to turn around and be an example for the people to use it, and I'm making good money from it, and I'm paying the king good money for it. And then I got favor with the king. And so the only reason why the king liked him was because he was giving him money from his sales. And Abraham was like, well, you shouldn't even be doing that. And he like, well, son, I know. So they had to get, that was in their own DNA when you really look at it, right? But you got to know the whole family story. Okay? So those had to die off. The new ones, I should give them a new heart, a heart of flesh, right? I will make a new covenant with them. So that's what took place in the wilderness. And then they went over into Canaan's land. Now they fighting. Some hip hop lyrics just came to me. That Mobb Deep. I ain't even finna. Anyway, there's the war inside the mind was like them going over into Canaan's land, and that's what we're reading in Deuteronomy. That last week we went over the chapter 9 in Deuteronomy, where he was telling them, like, look, not for one moment do I want you to say, and you bet not say, that for your righteousness, I brought you all over here in this land. He said, because no. And then he reminded them, y'all was stiff necked, y'all was hard head, y'all did all kinds of stuff that I did not say for y'all to do. It's not for your righteousness that I bring you over here. It's for me keeping my word. I made a covenant with Abraham. And so that's one. That's one reason why y'all over here, while I'm bringing y'all over here. Because I made a covenant with Abraham that this is what I was going to do for his posterity. The second reason is because of the evil or the wickedness that is taking place on this good land that I promised. So that's why I'm bringing y'all over here, to keep my word that I kept over to Abraham, and to get the wickedness out of this land. Because this is good land. This is my land, and it's good. But it shouldn't be any wickedness happening on my good land. So I'm taking y'all over here to fight it off. So this is happening in the mind. Yahweh, like, I made all of this. I made this body. I made this brain. I made the nervous system and the endocrine system and the reproductive system and all of the systems up in here. This is mine. This body is mine. Paul said that, what? Know you not that your body is the temple of Yahweh Elohim and you are not your own? We're going to pick up that too. You are not your own. Therefore, glorify Yahweh in your body, which is his. This is a loner. This is a loner. So it's like, why? And this is what we need to teach our children. Children. You know, some of the children are seeing adults abuse their bodies. Food, habits. I'm going to just say habits, because I mean, you know, the food could be a habit, but habits, relationships. And I don't just mean like love relationships or whatever. I mean, just the way in you're relating. The people relate, you know, like, okay, you might be in a job environment that is toxic to you and it's causing you health problems, but you stand. You know, it might be like whatever those environments, and it's causing you health issues. And this is what your children are seeing. And then this is what this is what you got to do. But your children know, because they're more closer to the source as children. That's why Yahshua said, don't hinder the children from coming to me. You know, we don't even realize a lot of times we can hinder our children from having a relationship, their own relationship with the Most High, with Yahweh Elohim through Yahshua the Messiah, because of our own behavior. Well, this is what you got to do. It's like, who said that? Now, there are times where there are things that you do have to suffer through, but you have to know, just like Yahweh told Abraham, he said, listen, your children he told Abraham this in a dream. It was like a nightmare. He said, your children will go down into Egypt and they will be evilly entreated. He said, however, they will come out with great substance. So when Yahweh puts you in something, he will tell you. I'm speaking this from experience. I saw it in the Bible, and then also from my own experience. Yahweh told me it was something that I must need to do. And he said, and told me everything about it. That's the only way you're going to get through it. Because otherwise, you know, how are you going to, this is called, what's one of the fruits of the spirit is long suffering. They call it long suffering. In other words, endurance. You could be, honey, you run a race. And as you running that race, there's a thing called muscle fatigue, right? It start giving out, like the muscles give out. But now your mind has to kick into overdrive where your muscles will even fail. And now it's like your spirit keeping you to get through that race. So they went down in Egypt and they endured a lot of things for 430 years. They were down there, but it was only about half of that time that they were evilly entreated. Because in the beginning of that time, I mean, Joseph had a relation. Joseph, I'm always saying, Yosef, me, please. Right? Like, honey, you got to know the character of Joseph for you to understand. So, it was good because Joseph had a relationship with with the Pharaoh, and he gave them for what Joseph did. They had a good part of the land and everything. It was great. But then another Pharaoh came up, but all of that generation had died off. So this other Pharaoh came up, and he didn't know the history of them or anything. He wasn't even trying to find out. Now, a good Pharaoh is a king is a leader. A good leader will do their research and find out who is what, and all of the backdrop and the backstory and everything. The ones who they all in ego in themselves, they don't care nothing about that, because it ain't about the history of this and that and how I can be of service to the people. It's all about them, right? It's all about them. So that's why they were evilly entreated. He didn't come here to try to find out what was going on before him or anything. It's like, I'm here. That's it. So then that's why they went through what they went through. But Yahweh had told Abraham, and he promised him already, this will happen. They will be evilly entreated. However, they will come out with great substance. And they did. 70 souls turned into a multitude. And that's what the Pharaoh saw. And he said that in the first chapter of Exodus. He said, these people are growing more and mightier than us. Let us deal wisely with them and basically kill when the male babies are born, kill them. Save the women, kill the males. Or save the girls, kill the boys. That's what he did. And so that's the reason why they went over through this whole track. And then now they back at the promised land that Yahweh promised to Abraham, but let them know that this ain't about you. This is about what I promised to Abraham. And there's wickedness going on over there. So I'm using you all to drive out the wickedness. And then once that's done, y'all take up y'all lot. Because that was the promise I made to Abraham, that he would be the father of many nations, and you all will have an inheritance, because this is his inheritance. Y'all living off of his inheritance and his trust with me. Wealthy people have trust, right? For their possessions. This was a trust with between Yahweh Elohim and Abraham, and the children were able to go over and live, have the inheritance, and live on that trust. Right? But they had to get the evil out. This goes along with the head cavity. What's going on up here in the mind? What is there? Who has implanted certain doctrines and philosophies and all of that man-made traditions and everything that is not of Yahweh? We start with that in the beginning. When we say, if you cannot trace a man-made law to a divine source, Uh, so it has to be traced back to Yahweh, to Yahweh's laws, statutes, and commandments. If you can't, gotta throw it out, right? If you can't, it has to be thrown out of the mind. And that's what they were doing. Getting that wickedness out of the land is like getting that doctrines of demons out of your mind. Doctrines of demons, doctrines of idols, doctrines of whatever. Get it out of your mind. How do you get it out? With Yahweh's word. Well, how do I know it's Yahweh's word? Read the book. The book is his book of words. It's his book of words. His book. We read everybody else's book. Oh, I read so and so book. Yeah, I read this book. I have so many books on my shelf, and all of them that are on this bookshelf, I have read. That's why they there, because I bought them, I read them, and then I put it on my bookshelf. Right? Guess what? The books on my shelf are way more than these books that's in this Bible. It's 60. It's not even really 66 books. It's a compilation of books and letters. And just these books are like, when you just, if you just take like one, it's like a pamphlet. It's like a pamphlet. It's like a compilation of pamphlets. But we'll read, I know I've read 600-page, 700-page books. People don't probably read that now. But when I was a teenager, I was reading 700, 600-page books. Now you don't even have that much time to read books like that. So now you listen to them. You can listen to the Bible. It's probably even better. Listen to it at least 3-4 times. And then, but read the book. Like let your eyes hit the page, right? So that's what you're doing. Getting the wicked, getting it out of your mind. It's just like with dieting. And when I say dieting, I don't mean like you're trying to lose weight or something like that. What I'm talking about is, the changing of your diet. Like if your diet is causing you health issues, then you need to change your diet, right? So how would you go about doing certain things? How would you go about like even breaking addictions, food addictions? Well, there were certain things that I realized I was addicted to. How did I break the addiction? By replacing it with something healthier. Not just taking away the thing, but realizing, okay, I have to ask myself, why am I doing what I'm doing? Like when I'm doing this, why am I doing that? Or why am I reaching for this said thing that is harmful to me, but apparently, I'm addicted to it? All right, I get down to the why. Okay, so because every addiction, you're looking for a feeling. That's what it is. It makes you feel a certain way. So when you get to, okay, well, how does it make, okay, why am I doing this? All right, that's why I'm doing it. How does it make me feel when I do it? It makes me feel like this. So this is the feeling that I'm looking for. Okay, yes. So the feeling is an emotion, because emotion is energy and motion. So what is that emotion that is connected to that feeling? This is the emotion. All right. So now, is this a lower frequency emotion or a higher frequency emotion. All right. What is triggering the lower frequency emotion for you to reach for that lower thing that has that same frequency? Okay, that's what that is. What is the higher frequency emotion that you're really trying to go for? All right, is this. Okay. So now I understand the emotion that triggers, that has a low frequency, that would attract the low frequency experience or the food or the, whatever it is. But that's not what I want. What's the higher frequency emotion? What would give me the same or better feeling that's connected to a higher frequency experience or food? Replace it with that and continue to do that and be consistent with that. And then boom, you're not addicted to the lower frequency thing. It's just a replacement. And the replacement was something better. That's really what that is. Because we are spiritual, energetic beings operating on frequencies. It's the higher frequencies that we want to stay. And I keep saying that I'm going to add this slide and I end up forgetting. So when we get off here, I'm going to add it. It's an emotional frequency scale. So you can see. So and I haven't gotten off of topic at all, but I wanted to really go through this for the understanding of well, how do we walk with Yahweh? Right? Abraham walked with Yahweh. Enoch walked with Yahweh. Right? Those forefathers and foremothers that walked with Yahweh. Right? What were they doing? How did they walk with Yahweh? And it had nothing to do with morals. Now we have them, but that's not what keeps us. Right? What keeps us is Yahweh's word, which is his law. So then let's go to Matthew chapter 4, because this was the adversary tempting Yahshua the Messiah, who was, and when we really get that through our brains, through our minds, that Yahweh, the adversary, had the audacity to tempt Yahweh Elohim himself, because that is who Yahshua was. Yahweh Elohim walking around in a physical body, keeping his own word. That wasn't like, oh, God sent his little boy, Jesus, to come and clean up everything. No, that's not. That was Yahweh Elohim lowering himself and got in a physical body and walked the earth plane, keeping his own commandments. Because it's like, apparently man can't do it. So I'm going to do it. I am the example, and I will show them. I did it. They killed me, although they didn't, but I purpose for them to do so because death is a divorce. He divorced Israel from a natural standpoint. That was a divorce. Say that in marriage vows, right? Death do us part. That was death. Blood in, blood out. That was the death. And they did it. They did it. And then once they realized, because then the you know the it was a total. That's what happened when they said they looked at it. It was like like 3 o'clock in the height of the sun being in the heavens, and it went dark. That was a total eclipse that happened at the Messiah's death when he took off the flesh. When he said it is finished, and then they said it went dark, the moon had eclipsed the sun. That was a total eclipse. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, did we pick up these things when we read, or we just read them? Oh, and then it had went dark when he was on the cross and he took up. It's like, do you understand that was a total eclipse that happened? Right? We just had one, April 8th. And me and my daughter and one of I'll call her a friend. She's a friend. She's also a student on our platform. She went with me. We went to Indiana, Fishers, Indiana, to be exact, and to be in the path of the eclipse. It was amazing. I mean, I've seen them before, but we weren't in the path of them. But when you're in the path of it and you actually see it turn night in the middle of the day, and you could feel the reset. It was like a reset that happened, because it was like a cool, like you get that cool of the evening, and then you heard the birds chirping, and it was like the evening chirp. And then it was a cool like you feel in the morning, and then the birds start chirping like you hear them in the morning, all within the span of the same time. It was a reset. That was a freaking reset. And when that happened with Yahshua the Messiah, that was a reset. That was Yahweh Elohim manifested in a physical body. And that death, that was the divorce. From a natural standpoint. And then there was a spiritual marriage. That, and he said it, whosoever believes in me. That's why you hear people that, and say, especially in marriage, what are you, and it's not only, the husbands or men in marriage, women and the wives, it's the same thing. They both want belief. Oh, I just want her to believe in me. Well, she wants you to believe in her too. Oh, I want respect. She wants respect too. Because it's all about, respect is about positioning. She respects you as the husband, and the husband comes with roles and duties and obligations. And if you respect your own position in that role and you carry it out and you do that, you have to respect it in order for other people to respect it. For a wife, same thing. The wife is a role that has certain duties and obligations. And when she respects it, right? When you respect it, then it's respected. You have to actually look up the word. What does it mean? What does respect mean? You have Respect is based on titles and positioning. Children. People don't think children deserve respect. They do. They deserve us respect as children, right? And as children, you respect them as children. You don't cross their boundaries, like, because they're children. And then people, oh, well, they disrespected me. Well, I mean, now people listen, and I know all about it, because you can respect your positioning, your title, and you do everything in accordance to that, and then disrespectful people are just disrespectful. But the reason why they're disrespectful is because they're disrespectful to themselves. And so if they're disrespectful to themselves, yeah, they're going to disrespect everybody else. They don't respect them. And if they don't respect themselves, then guess what? They don't respect their Heavenly Father. And so everything around them acts and behaves in that way. Right? And so it starts there. Belief and the respect, right? So what did Yahweh say? Apparently, the children of Israel and what they were doing, the Hebrew nation, they did not respect Yahweh. And Yahweh said it. He said, I was a good husband unto them, unto Israel. That was comprised of men, women, and children. And the leaders were the men. And the women were reflective of the men's leadership. And the children, shoot, I mean, we could look at that today and see what's going on, right? And so Yahweh is like, y'all still don't see? It's Romans 1:19 and 20. Well, Romans 1:19 and 20 hadn't been written yet, but that's what Paul was trying to teach and tell. He like, listen, don't y'all get it? Everything that you see it because he's trying to give you a understanding of what's happening spiritually. So if you're talking about disrespect, are you respecting Yahweh Elohim? If you're talking about belief, do you believe Yahweh Elohim and what he came to do, and that he did it, and that he just waiting on you? he waiting on you to get in alignment, or not, because you only have a short time to be here. He's eternal. We only have a smidget of time. We don't even live that long anymore. I mean, Adam lived to what? Was it 930 years or was it 970? It was 930. He died 70 years short of living for 1,000 years. It says 1,000 years with man is as one day unto Yahweh. Adam didn't live a whole day in Yahweh's eyes, according to Yahweh's timing. Adam did not, and he said, in the day that you eat it of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, you'll die. He ate, he died 70 years short of one day. That's what happened. we have to align ourselves with Yahweh. He's not aligning ourselves with us. That's the respect and the belief. It starts right there. I believe it. I respect it. There ain't no other way for me. Listen. I refuse to. Like, no. Look, been there, done that. Not doing that ever again. No. And did it in the time that he winks at. Like when you children, he like, but then there's a time that you still doing certain things. He like, okay, either you are like something wrong with you. It's like, cause you should be walking spiritually by now, and you're not. Something's wrong. Right? Like by now, you should be walking spiritually on your own 2 feet spiritually, and you're not. So Matthew chapter 4, here you have the adversary, Satan, who, and we have an understanding of Yahshua. Their names have meanings. Yahshua, whether you say Yahshua or Yahoshua, it means Yah is salvation. The Shua part means salvation. Yah is the masculine portion of Yahweh's name, because Yahweh is masculine and feminine in one embodiment. Yah is the masculine portion of the name. Way is the feminine portion of the name. Masculine and feminine in one embodiment. There is no gender wars going on here. There is no the masculine portion is more than the feminine portion, and it is together. Because just like when Yahshua prayed, he said, Father, make them one as we are one. One. That's the whole point of marriage. One. One mind, one sound. Guess what you can't have, though? There is no one mind, one sound when the minds don't agree. Like, you can't have light and darkness don't operate together. They don't. Good and evil don't operate together. That's the only time you see it mentioned in the scriptures, when Yahweh said, don't eat of that. Good and evil don't go together. Then throughout, if you see good and evil mentioned in the same sentences, it tells you to choose which one. And then it tells you which one to choose and which one to stay away from. It even tells you to hate it. Oh, God is all loving, and there are Lords many and gods many. That is true. There may be a God that is all loving and love everything, but not Yahweh. Not Yahweh Elohim. No, he don't. And so I see and I understand why there are people, I don't, no, that ain't my God. Great. But the very things that we'll be sitting up here saying, well, why, if he this and that and the other, then why he let children, be killed and this and that and so forth and so on. Yahweh don't let that happen. The God that you believe in lets that happen, because he's all loving. So that means that he loves good and he loves evil, and he loves for children to be killed, and he loves all of the destruction and the chaos and all of that. That's the God that you chose. So Yahweh is letting you have it. But Yahweh not for that. Yahweh told the children of Israel to, the ones that's wicked, that's doing all of that kind of stuff, get them out. That's the discernment, and that's the difference. You got to know and understand what he like and what he don't like, what he say is of him and what he say is not. And if you are his truly, then you discern it and you avoid it. You don't fool with it. It's just say you don't fool. And I'm not saying, because people will hear what you did not say. People will do that. They will hear what you did not say, right? And for people who are in certain things that happen to them, and because of that, they are experiencing certain things and living certain ways or lifestyles or whatever the case may be. Yahweh knows what that is. He knows what happened. And he has heart and compassion for that and for people in those situations and predicaments or whatever, right? He does. Um However, he has provided every opportunity for healing. But people have to want to be healed. I have seen and experienced people that did not want healing. They didn't want it. And you can't force healing on people. You can't. As much as you just like, oh, I see the problem and I got the solution. Oh my gosh, I want to give them the solution. They have to desire the solution. If they don't, you got to leave them alone. And that's how Yahweh is. He loves us so much to where he will not force the solution of healing on us and will allow us to die if that's what we want to do. Ain't that something? Matthew chapter 4. Then was Joshua led up of the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted of the adversary. Then was Joshua led up of the Spirit. Joshua was led up of the Spirit. This cloud was a cloud went before them to lead them through. Yahweh is not a cloud. He chose a cloud to symbolize himself. This cloud is likened unto Spirit leading them through out of Egypt, through the Red Sea, on dry ground, to lead them in the wilderness where they were what? They were tempted out here. There's a pattern. There's a pattern of salvation. And that's a plan. That's what I can't. Valencia, I am so looking forward to doing this. As a matter of fact, I'm going to call you today to make sure that we still on. There's a pattern of salvation. And that's how I knew, like with trading, I seen Yahweh's purpose, pattern, and plan through trading. Because we look for patterns. So there's a pattern of salvation. We call it a purpose, pattern, or plan. Like we have to have a trading plan. If you don't, I don't know what you're doing out there. You a wish and a prayer that won't last too long. But Yahweh has a purpose, pattern, or plan of salvation. Just like in trading, we pick up the pattern, but you have to have a trading plan for what? To win your trades, because what? The salvation may be in you need the money to, I don't know, help to change your life or whatever the case, whatever you trading for, right? So there's a plan. And you pick up that pattern. So here it is, Joshua, that's the pattern, led up of the Spirit in the wilderness to be tempted of the adversary. They were led up in the wilderness and they were tempted by the adversary. However, they fail. They fail because when Moses went up in here to get the Yahweh showed him that vision 40 days and 40 nights and gave him the tabernacle pattern and all of that. They were down here in the wilderness, took off the gold that Yahweh told them to take, gave it to Aaron, like, hey, Aaron, make us a, golden calf to say that this is what brought them out. And they was out here idol worshiping. They failed. Let's see if Joshua failed. So he was led up of the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted by the adversary. After he had fasted 40 days and 40 nights. Now here, this was supposed to be a 40-day journey through the wilderness. He was up here 40 days and 40 nights to get the the vision, right? They fasted. They weren't down there in Egypt eating the food that they were eating in Egypt and all of that. Here they're out there fasting. Oh, we hungry. Oh, we thirsty. Yahweh gave them water. So that's why when I do fast, I do liquid fast, right? Yahweh gave, I don't go and not eat. Like you can go without food. You better not try to go without water. Right? So he gave them something to drink. Oh, it was better for us in Egypt. We was eating shrimps and steaks and right. So then he fed them bread from manna. Bread from manna. Bread from heaven. Manna. They called it manna. Oh, we out here dying on just bread and water alone. He made it rain quail. Quail just came from out of nowhere. I told y'all how quail is dark meat. Like the whole bird is dark meat, right? We love us some dark meat. Juicy, tender. So they out here eating dark meat and bread and water. What do we call a poor man's meal? Especially in Chicago. Look, we have a staple, Harold's Chicken in Chicago. Baby, if that ain't a poor man's meal. But guess what? We have them all over this place. Bread and chicken. Yeah, they add some fries to it. But bread and chicken. What they eat out there. Old habits die hard. That's the psychology right there. I'm like, psychology is behavior. What we gonna eat? Bread and chicken. What they eat? Bread and chicken. I'm not confused about who we are. I'm gonna look at our eating habits. If nothing else, we gonna have some bread and chicken. They had bread and a bird. And according to Leviticus, as far as the meats, guess what's on here? Now there's more fish options than the wilderness options, but they were out there in the wilderness, right? They weren't out there fishing. They were out there in the wilderness. So because they were in the wild, then guess what they could eat? Biblically clean red meat, antelope, beef, buffalo, deer, elk, goat, moose, sheep. Biblically clean fowl. They must possess elongated middle toe and hind toe. Crops and gizzards cannot be a raptor. Chicken, dove, duck, goose, grouse, pheasants, quail, turkey. What we eat at Thanksgiving? Turkey. Poor man's meal? Chicken. Summertime. What we gonna do out there? Put on the grill. Definitely gonna be some chicken out there. That's wilderness. Now, if we're not in the wilderness and if we're near water where we can fish, there's a whole bunch of fish. A whole bunch. There's more fish on the diet than the wilderness, but again, if you're not near water and you want to eat meat, it's there. Okay? So here he is. They were supposed to be It's supposed to be a 40-day journey, a month and 10 days. But because of their disobedience and worshiping idols, it turned to 40 years. They were just wandering around 40 years. Okay? So after he had fasted 40 days and 40 nights, he was hungry. They out there, they're hungry. And then the tempter came to tempt him. You got to remember, this is Yahweh Elohim manifested in a physical body as Yahshua the Messiah. Here comes the tempter. They were tempted out here. Here come the tempter. It's the same pattern. If you be the son of Yahweh, if y'all really be the children of Israel, command that these stones be made bread. Moses Moses was told to speak to the rock for them to get water, but he hid it. He ain't followed the command of Yahweh. He hid it. Yahweh was like, I told you to speak to the rock. You hit the rock. Therefore, you can't continue to go over. Like, I can't have you in this leadership position anymore because you didn't do what I said to do. If the leader can't follow commands, Yahweh didn't even do no 3 strikes and you out. That was one. I had to learn that. I used to do 3 strikes and you. I came in here. I'm like, yeah, I see where I messed up. I see exactly where I messed up. Ain't no 3 strikes you out. That's baseball. You know what I'm saying? 3 strikes and you out. That's baseball. Yahweh was like, you one time. You had one time. I told you to speak to the rock. You hit the rock. It's a wrap. Thank you for your service, Moses. But I'm gonna take it from here. That's what happened. Thank you for your service, Moses, but I'm gonna take it from here because you can't follow instructions. And the leader has to be able to follow the commands. How are you leading? So, if you be the son of Yahweh, command that these stones be made bread. But he answered and said, it is written. So he is Yahshua. It's written, man shall not live by bread only, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of Yahweh. So Yahshua just said what Yahweh said in Deuteronomy. In Deuteronomy, he going back to, what did my father say? What did the father say? Let me get it. Deuteronomy chapter 8. All the commandments which I command you this day shall you observe to do, that you may live and multiply and go in and possess the land which Yahweh Elohim sware unto your fathers. This is the land, right? Like, anytime I come on here and I'm study of the soul, a metaphysical journey, it is all about you. You're taking back possession of your mind from all of the ideologies and the theories and the doctrines of and traditions of men and all of that type of stuff. Because even Yahweh was against it. That's the reason why Yahshua was sent. Like, we got to get like all of this stuff. Like, y'all not using the law correctly. He said, and you should remember all the way which Yahweh your Elohim led you these 40 years in the wilderness to humble you and to prove you, to know what was in your heart, whether you would keep his commands or no. It's about keeping the commands. What is a command? It's Yahweh Elohim right within you, letting you know, do this, right? Stop. Go. Wait. Go forth. Rest. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Okay, you might have been doing that for a while, but now it's time for you to stop that. You see? This might have been, I allowed you to do this for this amount of time, but now today is the stop day. And Yahweh right within you speaks to you on that. Right? He said, and he humbled you and suffered you to hunger and fed you with manna, which you knew not, neither did your fathers know, that he might make you know. This is what Yahshua did. That he might make you know that man does not live by bread only, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of Yahweh does man live. So here come the adversary testing him. If you be the son of Yahweh, command that these stones be made bread. Then we flip back to Deuteronomy chapter 8, verse 3. He humbled you and suffered you to hunger. Yahshua was fasting. He's suffering him to hunger. Right? He said, I fed you with manna. That manna was from what? From heaven, which you knew not, neither did your fathers know, that he might make you know that man does not live by bread only, but by every word, because the word is the bread from heaven. So that's what Yahshua was saying. He just repeated what was there. Deuteronomy, which what? That's the book of the law. That's the law. Right? That's the law of Yahweh, not science of mind. Let's go back here to this. Law of the spirit, not the science of the mind. So then here go the adversary. Then the adversary takes him up into the holy city and set him on a pinnacle of the temple. So he takes him into a holy city and he set him on a pinnacle. The pinnacle is like the top or something, right? Of the temple. Now this is the temple. He set him up top on the temple. And what does the adversary do? I will exalt myself above the throne. Here's the throne. Yahweh sit on the seat of the throne. You can't sit in Yahweh's seat. So you're going to try to go above Yahweh. You're going to try to go above Yahweh. You're going to try to go ahead of Yahweh. So he takes him up into the holy city and set him on the pinnacle of the temple. We here in the head now. And said unto him, if you be the son of Yahweh, cast yourself down, for it is written. Now he going in the scriptures. Now I'm trying to listen. You have to know these scriptures for yourself so that you don't have somebody coming up appearing like they well versed in the scriptures and want to use the scriptures. Because here go the adversary just went to him. The adversary been here way much longer than me. I don't know that much. I know what I know. And what I know it from Yahweh Elohim himself. When I read, I ask questions, and then he showed me. And then I get my research helps and learn what stuff mean and go to the Hebrew meaning of the word to extract it. Like, Because listen, what I do not have time for anymore is deception. I don't. That it costs too much. It costs way too much. It costs too much of your time, your energy, your peace, your all of the spiritual things and physically too. Your physical health, your money. Uh, it's too much. He said, let no man rob you through vain philosophy and the rudiments of the world. And they robbing people blind. I mean, literally robbing them blind. They can't see spiritually anymore. Okay, I'm finna wrap up. So here, then the adversary takes him up. Okay, and he said, if you be the son of Yahweh, cast yourself down, for it is written, he shall give his angels charge concerning you, to guard you and all your ways, and in their hands shall they bear you up, lest at any time you should dash your foot against the stone. Now you're trying to test my identity, right? Now you're trying to test, well, if that's your father, then you can do this, that, and the other, and he's gonna make sure you straight anyway. Because that's your father. He love you. He love you. So even if you break the law of gravity, he gonna send the angels to catch you. And Yahshua said unto him, it is written again, you should not tempt Yahweh your Elohim. I ain't about to tempt my father. I am not about to. Well, let me see if he really loved me or not. I be seeing people do that in relationships, women and men. Well, if he loved me, he'll do. Well, she loved me, then she'll. I advise you not to do that. That's all I'm gonna say. I advise you not to do it. You you gonna be sitting there looking crazy, real crazy, right? Like don't tempt. That's all I'm saying. It's right here. I'm not saying anything that's not in the book. It's right here, right? You should not tempt Yahweh your Elohim. Again, this boy don't stop. Oh, y'all do? Oh, okay. Okay. Um, so yeah, he don't listen. He is persistent. When people be talking about the consistency and the guess who's consistent? The adversary is consistent too. He is persistent too. He wants the bride of Yahshua the Messiah. He is an adulterer. That's what he do. He commit adultery and fornication. He want the bride of Yahshua the Messiah to be in his harem of other ones that he has. He don't get enough. He the one that want many. He do poly. I'm just telling you what his behavior is. That's what he do. And the ones that they're his father, they got his behavior. You just got to look at the behaviors. That's it. He want the bride of Yahshua the Messiah. So look, again, the adversary takes him up unto an exceeding high mountain, Boy, he love bombing the heck out of Yahshua the Messiah. You see that? You see the behavior. This is the behavior of narcissism. The narcissist. Like, dang, get it. Okay, now I'm gonna I'm finna go all out. Now I'm going all out. I'm pulling out all the stops, all of the big. Look, people that just want them little, hey, let's just go for a little walk in the park. You know, that don't mean that they don't want nothing. That means that we finna take all of these lights, cameras, and action out of the equation. Let's just go sit somewhere and eat some ice cream and have a conversation. I need to know what's in here and in here. Because all that other stuff, turn the music off. Turn the lights. Forget the daylight. Let's see some day. We not finna manual with the lighting and all of that. You can't do nothing with the sun. Let's go in the daylight and sit in the park and eat some ice cream. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that don't mean that the person they don't want the finer things in life. That means that we ain't finna use all these tools and stops and tricks, because that's what the adversary do. I'm finna take you on a high mount. Now I'm finna take you up to an exceeding part of now I'm finna show you all the world, and I'm finna give you the yachts and the boats and the. All right. And again, the adversary takes him up to an exceeding high mountain and show him all the kingdoms of the world and the glory of them. Like, oh, he's the such and such and so of the this and that and the other and the blah, 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 blah. Ooh, she the such and such of the so and then this, that, and the other and the blah, 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 blah. They got this title and that title and this whatever. I'm not saying anything is wrong with any of those things at all. I'm just trying to get you to see the behavior. Right? And I mean, that don't mean accept the dirt trap either. But I'm just saying, take him to an exceeding high mount. And show him all the kingdoms of the world and all the glory of them, and said unto him, all these things will I give you if you will fall down and worship me. You got to fall down. You got to fall in love. I always wanted that never made sense to me. That I'm like, why do I have to fall in love? Ain't I supposed to be standing up? I mean, I don't know. That's just how my brain be working. I'm like, why I gotta fall in love? Why? I mean, when you fall, like, don't it hurt? You scrape your knee. You supposed to be standing up walking. Why? I fell in love. I'm like, the last time I heard of a fall like Adam and Eve, it wasn't good. Then I'm like, then the adversary said if you fall down, well, so why I gotta fall in it? Can I stand up in it? I'm just saying. So, I mean, because he did say, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place. And when you stand in the holy place, you have light, you have intercession, you have the table of shewbread. It represents the heart, the aorta, the lungs, and this is the area where you have the triad of beauty, love, and justice. So you're supposed to be standing in love, not falling in it. That was just the conversation that I had with during my studies like years ago. I'm just saying. But yeah, fall down and worship me. Then Yahshua Then says Joshua unto him, Get thee hence, Satan, for it is written, You shall worship Yahweh your Elohim, and him only shall you serve. In other words, move around is what I'm gonna need you to do. Move around. I am not worshiping you. I'm not serving you. I don't care what you got. I don't care how many kingdoms you have. I don't care if you sitting high on a horse in the Wizard of Oz or whatever. I don't care. Then the adversary leaves him, and behold, angels came and ministered unto him. The adversary tempted Yahweh Elohim manifested in a physical body. What do you think that he is going to do to you? Now, what does that look like in your own life? Like, we got to bring these things up to date and in reality of starting with you and then seeing that, on the outer. How does that show up in your life? How does that show up with you? How does that show up in your family? How does that show up in relationships? Whether it's if you want to use these like Greek terms or whatever, the agape love or the um me and my sister broke down the whole romantic thing. It's like, I don't even like using that word. Oh, the romantic. I don't want nothing. It's Roman tick. Roman. And a tick was a dysfunction. So Roman, it was the ways of the Romans. And you have to know and understand and study the ways of the Romans to understand their idea or ideal of what love was. It was the stuff that you really see right now today. Tick, it's like a tick. Yeah, I mean, people be ticking, but it was a mental health issue, is what it was. And yeah, I don't even like calling it that. You have to study it to understand it. Like, don't and when you do understand it from the point of study to realize the root of it, you won't ever say it again. You won't even want that kind of that stuff. It's basically everything that was just outlined right here that the adversary did. He gonna take them out and love bomb them. Show you all of the things. And then now that's your prison. When you fall down and worship it, that's your prison. That's why you see so many people, they're like an empty shell with that. Joshua's like, nope. But that was Yahweh Elohim manifested in a physical body. And so what did Joshua do? And his prayer for his people, and then we'll end on this note. And this is what you want. This is what you, and I use, like the whole Cassie and P. Diddy situation or whatever as a for you to understand, like, hey, you have the revelation and you have delusion. And especially even astrologically, this is the time that we're in. The planet Neptune, like in astrology, the planet Neptune is in the sign that it actually rules, which is Pisces. That's like a double dose of either prophetic vision or delusion. And that planet transits through that sign for about the next 14 years or so, given 14, 16 years or so. pray for clarity. Pray for clarity. Pray to be not led into delusions. Like, for real. I'm serious. Because Yahweh designed that time. It's in the scriptures. He put the sun and the moon and the stars in the heavens to keep days and times and seasons and years. And according to that astrological clock, Neptune, the planet, is in the Pisces constellation, and Neptune was assigned to Pisces, like Jupiter rules Pisces as well. That was the first ruler. But when Neptune was discovered, it was assigned to Pisces. It's like a double dose of that. And it, again, transits through that sign for the next 14 years. We could see a whole lot of delusions or visions, and some people's prophetic vision can be heightened. I know what's happening for me in that. And especially because I have a stellium of planets in that that constellation. John chapter 17. I pray this prayer. Like, I repeat Yahshua's words in this. There's prayers that I pray, but I also pray this one because this is what when Yahshua prayed, this is the prayer that he prayed. But this is we're embarking upon some times that it'll be great for some and not as great for others, depending on what side. So it's all I'm saying is get on the right side of this. Okay? Get on the right side of this, because man, we in something. So John chapter 17, and we're going to end on this note. These words spake Yahshua and lifted up his eyes to heaven and said, Father, the hour is come. Glorify thy Son, that thy Son also may glorify thee. And thou hast given him power over all flesh, that he should give eternal life to as many as you have given him. So Yahweh is the one that already have ordained the ones that will receive eternal life. And this is life eternal. Now he's about to explain what life eternal is. Not what we think it is, not what we imagine it to be, none of that. He's about to tell you what eternal life is. And this is life eternal, that they might know that you only are the true El and Yahshua the Messiah, whom you have sent. That is eternal life. Eternal life is to know the only true Elohim, not the false Elohim, but the true Elohim, and Yahshua the Messiah, whom he sent. That's eternal life. Look up the word know in the dictionary, and we're going to put those research helps there. And the dictionary that I want you to look it up in is an old dictionary. It's an 1828 dictionary. And what that word know means. In a nutshell, it means intimacy. Intimacy. Right? Intimacy does not mean sex. There are people who have the sexual copulation and they are not intimate. They don't know each other. I mean, think about it. People who do prostitutes and stuff all the time. Do they know them? No. But they joined themselves into a prostitute. So now they got the same energy and stuff. Hey, but intimacy that they know, you know. I mean, you know what I'm saying? When you know people, you know them. You know, like, let's say you really, you know somebody. And then I'm not talking about know of them. I'm talking about really know them, like for real, for real. You know, you know what what causes joy for them. You know what will send them in sadness and a deep depression and all of that. Like, you know, their habits, you know them. So then next thing you know, you hear something about them. You'll know if that's true or false because you know who that person, you know that person. I'm not talking about their outer, what you know of them in the world or whatever. I'm talking about, you know, you knew them in their time of darkness and how they even behaved in that time of darkness. You know what I'm saying? So then you hear, you like, no, I know them. They would not do that. I done seen them in their darkest moments, like in the times where they could have done and they did not. That ain't them. Mm-mm. I don't know who that is, but that ain't them. I don't know what, that's not them. Right? So that we talking about really knowing, but that's our aim. That's the first aim, to help you find and know Yahweh our Elohim as he really is and actually exists, not what we imagine him to be, not what we think he should, as he really is. And you get to know him by, look, he, let me keep reading. We'll get into, yeah, we'll get into, we'll get into that next week. I have glorified you on the earth. I have finished the work which you gave me to do. And now, O Father, glorify you me with your own self, with the glory which I had with you before the world was. Here it was, the adversary trying to give him the world, and he was like, I'd had the glory before the world. Like, do you see how reading is fundamental? Reading comprehension is fundamental. He said that, oh, and now, oh Father, glorify you me with your own self, with the glory which I had with you before the world was. How you trying to give me the world and I was here and I had the glory before the world even was what it is? Like, man, if you don't go on somewhere, that's basically what Joshua said. Enough. If you don't move around, you ain't. I got glory already. What you trying to give me? You don't have nothing that I don't already have. You are the one that don't have, even though you think you have. You are naked. I have declared your name unto the men which you gave me out of the world. Now he took the men from out of the world and gave them to Yahshua the Messiah. He said, yours they were, and you gave them me. You gave them me. Not you gave them to me. You gave them me. What does that mean? They were sitting there minding their own business, fishing, doing taxes, all that. That was their professions. That's what people knew them to be. Oh, that's the tax preparer. Oh, that's the doctor. Luke was a doctor. He was a physician. Oh, that's them two brothers. They be out there fishing. They fishermen. That's who the world knew them as, because when they showed up in the world, that's what they were doing. Then here come Yahshua. Hey, you fishing? I'm gonna take your skill set, because apparently you know how to fish. You know how to fish, but they had their fish on the wrong side of the boat. You know, they trying to get fish and cast it on. And he told, not only did he say they had it on the left side, he said cast the net on the right side. So literally on the right side and on the right side, like get on the right side. Then when they took up the net, it was just all kinds of fish in there. Get on the right side and you'll get all the fish. Right? They were fishermen. That was their profession. They was in the world. Here come Yahshua. I will make you fishers of men. Oh, okay. They start following him. Luke, oh, you a healer? Come on, I can use your skill set. I'm finna really show you how to heal. Oh, you a tax preparer? I'm finna show you how to save these people money from being overtaxed. Oh, you a treasurer? But I do know you. You a money changer. But bring it on, because I'm going to keep my eye on you. I got you. I see how you robbing the people. I'm going to still teach you, though. And I'm going to see if you're going to do this or not. But I already know what you're going to do. But come on, because you got a purpose, too. Peter, oh, yeah, you a thug. I need a bodyguard. Come on. You know, I mean, like, he went and got his 12. That's network marketing. He went and got his 12. And he showed him what to do, you know? So Yahweh gave them Yahshua. I love it. He said, and they have kept my word. My word. He gave them the word. He said, no, not my word, thy word, your word. So they kept your word. In the beginning was the word, and the word was with Yahweh, and the word was Yahweh. Don't you just want people to keep their word? Like, you told me something. Now you trying to renege. You got me all up in the belief. I'm just believing what you said. And now you not taking action on your word. Now I need to know why. Is it because something happened that's hindering it, so it might be delayed? That's understandable. But if that's a word you gave and you had no intentions of keeping it, I ain't fooling with you. They kept his word. He making good on the promise. Yahweh still making good on the promise of what he promised Abraham. You know how long ago that was? Now they have known that all the things whatsoever you have given me are of you. For I have given them the words which you gave me, and they have received them. Yahweh Elohim said that to me in a dream, November 1999. Towards the end of that dream, he said, open up to receive this blessing. if you have room to receive it. And when I woke up from that dream, I was not the same. Now all hell broke loose after I had that dream too. I ain't gonna even lie. I'm not finna sit up here and act like after that dream everything was who we know. It seemed like from that point on, everything that was not of Yahweh had to get out, go. I mean, my life was flipped, turned upside down. Like for real. Jeesh. Talking about like if you ever done like a detox and the fast and so, like all of that, when you start getting all the stuff out, you get the stuff out by replacing it with the good stuff. So it's called a healing crisis. You go through a healing crisis first. And many people stop because they think that, oh, this stuff is making them worse. No, it's getting the crap out to make you better. Like you don't even realize how much crap and gook or whatever is in your body when you start working out. Like I go walking and there's certain things that I do now that, okay, it got my body looking the way that it need to look. But I know when I start, because now I'm finna go into an intense, like I had to work up to condition myself for the actual workout, right? So now I'm about to go on the stage of the actual working out of like the building, the rebuilding of my muscles, right? Like now I'm skinny fat. I call it skinny fat. I'm skinny fat, but now it's the building of the muscles underneath. But I had to get the healthy fat first, right? Because it was just it was a process. I'm just saying it's a process, a stage, and all of that. But now that this muscle building is about to hurt, it's gonna be it's gonna be at least a week or two where I'm be like, ooh, ooh, trying to sit down on a toilet and gotta hold stuff. Anybody that worked out, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Like for real. You trying to sit on a toilet and you like, why it hurt? My thigh. You just fall over on it to try to get on. It hurt, But some people quit because they like, I can't, for whatever reason. And then all kinds of things that happen, distractions, and especially like say, for me, it was always I'm starting. I'm in the groove and all of that. Next thing a car breakdown or just it's always a common thing that is something that I have to do and take care of or whatever, of a schedule change. And so it's just all of that stuff. But now it's just like, you know what? I'm not going to even try to do that. I'm not going to try to, get a membership over here or to go over there or maybe go over there that's a little bit closer. Like, no, I can't escape from, I won't say that. It's not, I can't escape from home. It's not that. It's the things that I need for my workout and how I work out. I'm going to have it right here in my home. So then there's no, my car broke down or it's 24 hours in a day. And I'm definitely going to sleep about 6 of those hours. And there's some hours that I work as a caregiver and as a coach and an educator online. But all I need is a good 15 minutes. I walk for an hour. But the actual, the building of the resistance and the weights, 15 minutes. If I don't have 15 minutes of my own time, something is not right. I got 15 minutes. And I'm going to do those 15 minutes. I walk for an hour. So I could do 15 minutes of resistance and weight and strength training at home. No excuse after that. Because if there is, it's me for real. Like it's me for real. Right? So where were we? Giving them, and surely they believed. Yeah. So, and I was saying all that because disruption follows intention. You know, Holy Spirit is in you. It's activated in you. You think something wrong because your life done got flipped, turned upside down. Keep going. Keep going. Don't stop. Don't stop. Just keep going. That's all I can say. Endure. Endure. Like when you working out, you got strength training. Strength training requires weights, things that are heavy. There are going to be some things that's heavy in your life that is building up your spiritual strength. Resistance training, things that are adverse. You trying to go this way, it's resisting you. You trying to go, it's resisting you. He's trying to, that was the back and forth with Moses and Pharaoh. Yahweh said, keep going. And then he told him, he not going to let you go. But keep going to him and telling him, but you coming out. But you going to keep going. And he going to keep saying no. That was the resistance. Well, what happens with resistance training? Guess what it's building? It's building up the muscle in your body. What does that muscle represent? Power. Power. So you got spiritual strength and you have spiritual power. It is by the power of Yahweh that they got out of Egypt. Because he said it. He said, you're going to go back and forth with Pharaoh. And he said, but it's from my power that I raised you up to show. No, he said, I raised you up to show in you my power. So that resistance, that's what just happened with Joshua. Here come the adversary. Joshua say this. He come again with something else. Then Joshua say this. Then he come with the scriptures a couple of times. Then Joshua say, then he come to, well, I'm just trying to get you to bow down and worship me. Man, if you don't gone. And you see how Joshua kept on going with him because Joshua wanted him to get down to what he was really after. You got to pick up that psychology. I'm finna get you down to say out your mouth what you really want. What I really want you is to do is bow down and worship me. That's what I really want. That's what I thought. Gone. Because I ain't for it. Like I already knew that, but I wanted you to say it out your mouth because that's who you really are. Like you got Eve like that back in the day, but this is what I'm clearing up. You went to the woman, but now you got to deal with the man. Bam, there we go. Honey, don't tempt don't tempt Yahweh because he gonna expose, baby. Talking about X-ray. He gonna get down to the skeleton. He gonna get down to the bone marrow of it all, right? But that's what follows the intention. So that's what you're gonna have. And then there's another thing in exercise, endurance. Cause yeah, the strength, the spiritual strength, that's the weights, the heaviness, the spiritual power, that's the resistance. But then endurance, long suffering. You got to keep going. What's that? That's the cardio. That's the cardio. That's why you do want to go for that walk. That's why you do want to walk up those stairs, walk up and down the stairs. That's why you do want to go for that jog or that run. Because you're building up what? The endurance. That's your heart. That's exercise right there. And eat right. What you got to eat? The word. Paul even talked about that. Paul said in here, in a nutshell, I'm not gonna get it, but in a nutshell, you know, you working out and everything, that's good. That does the body good. He said, but even more so, this spiritual workout. This is what's gonna get you over, because the body gonna die. I'm pretty sure we done buried some real good looking healthy bodies in the casket. But once you take off this flesh, how is that soul built? That's the workout. I pray for them. Let me go back to 8. For I have given them the words which you gave me, and they received them, and have known surely that I came out from you. And they have believed that you did send me. I pray for them. This is Joshua praying for us. When we talk about the Lord's Prayer, it's not our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be. That's a formula for prayer. He's basically telling you in this manner, know who you are addressing. Our Father which art in heaven, sacred is your name. Yahweh is a sacred name, right? His title is Elohim. He was dealing with a Hebrew people. Before there were any other languages, there was one language, and that language was Hebrew. Everybody spoke Hebrew until the Tower of Babel. And Yahweh confused the tongues because we're not going to get into that, but they was doing something that is like, why are they doing what they doing? They done came together to do, let me just confuse their language so that they don't understand each other. Because guess what? When you speak Yahweh's language, guess who don't understand? Those who that are not of Yahweh. Those who haven't even attempted to try to learn his language. Just like, we going into these places, doing business or whatever, giving them our money. And then they start talking and they talking in language. We don't know if they talking about us or not. And they know that we don't, unless we learn a language, then we'll know what they saying. We can all be speaking English or a form of it, but everybody has a language, just even within the English language. There's a language that Yahweh's people speak, and only his understand it. Only they can hear it. So he said, I pray for them. I pray not for the world. If you praying for the world or the things of the world, Joshua just said, I pray not for the world. He just told the adversary what he could do with the world. It's like, you and your world, take it somewhere. Get away from me, though. Move around. We're praying for the world and the things of it. And Joshua just said, I pray for them. I pray not for the world, but for them which you have given me, for they are yours. And all yours are mine. And all mine are yours, and yours are mine. And I am glorified in them. And now I am no more in the world, but these are in the world. I am come to you. Holy Father, take and keep through your own name. Through your name. The name is important. Take and keep through your name. Y'all ain't finna have his name bad. Moses prayed for the children of Israel when they were out there, and he told Moses, he was like, listen, I'm about to kill them all. They finna go. He was like, I'm finna raise you up a nation. He's like, I could raise up a nation with these stones. I'm the creator. I could do this. Moses interceded for them and was like, listen, we ain't even finna think. Just forget them. Just right now. Just me and you. We here. Other nations are going to hear about them being out here in the wilderness and then they all dying. And they are going to say that you brought them out here to die. So for your own name's sake, we ain't even talking about them. For your name, just keep your word. You made a promise to Abraham for your name's sake, to keep your name good. He's like, all right, I know what I'm going to do. They just going to wander around here for 40 years. They are going to die off, and their children, because I did make a promise to Abraham. And I got to keep my word. I'm going to keep my word because I am the word. If I don't keep my word, that means I'm not keeping myself. So their children, I'm going to take over there. Because these right here, I can't do nothing with them. So until they have babies and then they die off, we're going to take these babies that's born out here in the wild, and I will use them as warriors to go over and fight them nations off. That was his name. And Yahshua was saying, keep through your own name those whom you have given me, that they may be one as we are one. While I was with them in the world, I kept them in your name. Those that you gave me, I have kept, and none of them are lost, but the son of perdition, in fulfillment of the scriptures. The adversary has the purpose. He has a purpose. His purpose is to be adverse. His purpose is to be rebellious. His purpose is to be disobedient. His purpose is to make war, right, with the children of Israel, because he has to fulfill his part in the scriptures too. So when you see those who have that behavior, and there's an order of operations with that too, right? If there's, like, say, there's something between you and somebody, and you tell them their fault. If they hear you, you've gained a brother. If they don't, go get another witness. Tell that fault with that other witness. It said two or three, right? So if they hear you, fine. If they don't, now go take it to the assembly. Like, now let a lot of people know this is what's up. If they hear the assembly, great. If they don't, cast them as a heathen. That means that they're an adversary. They didn't ever even try to change, think, or whatever. One person brought it to them? No. 2 or 3 people still didn't. A whole assembly of people still didn't. That's an adversary. That's in the book. I ain't write it. And now sometimes you got to go down to, okay, you one time again. There is no again. You did it again. You said it again. You whatever again. Nope. There's the times that we in now. Like time is short. We don't have no, right? Because they're showing who they are. This is a revelation time. Revelation of behaviors, right? To know who is who. You know, like if I had an issue with somebody or whatever, and if they brought it to me, then we finna rectify that thing. I mean, but if they have a problem with who I am to my core as my character, then that just means that we not. I mean, they may be a decent person. I may be a decent person, but our, maybe our purposes and our astrological makeup or whatever is not in alignment. So, okay, we part ways with no hard feelings or anything like that. But somebody that's just keep attempting to cross your purpose, that's an adversary. No, right? So you kept them through. You said, Holy Father, take them and keep them through your own name, those whom you have given me, that they may be one as we are. Unity. Yahweh our Elohim is Yahweh of unity. And when they received the Holy Spirit, they were all on one accord. Everybody having their own positioning and things that they do, but it still serves one accord for one purpose. One band, one sound, right? And now come I to you, and these things I speak in the world, that they might know, that they might have my joy fulfilled in themselves. That's why Yahweh renamed me. The name Hadassah means joy. And it's a myrtle tree. I have given them your word, and the world will hate them. God is an all-loving God, and he loves all, but the world hates. Yahweh said that he would put enmity or hostility or hatred between the woman's seed and that serpent or that adversary seed. Enmity is hatred, hostility. They will never get along, ever. Yahweh did that. So I have given them your word, and the world will hate them. That's the enmity right there. Because they are not of the world, even as I am not of the world. I pray not that you should take them out of the world, but that you should keep them from the evil one. They are not of the world, even as I am not of the world. Sanctify or cleanse them through your truth. Truth. Those who worship Yahweh must worship him in spirit and in truth. Not just, I'm spiritual. The adversary is spiritual. Joshua just said, sanctify them through your truth. You're cleansed by truth. Those that worship Yahweh in spirit and in truth. Because your word is truth. Right? There's a colon here. When you see a colon, that's like, okay, why is that? Because, here comes the explanation, because your word is truth. Truth cleanses, truth clarifies, truth purifies. Like if you ever been lied or deceived or whatever, and when you learned the truth, what happened? There was a freedom that came. Now you're free. Now you're free to move about the country. Because the truth shall what? Make you free. The word is truth. As you have sent me unto the world, even so have I sent them also into the world. And for their sakes, I sanctify myself. Yahshua is the husband. He's the husbandman. For their sakes, he cleaned himself. He cleansed himself. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? That they also might be sanctified through the truth. He cleansed himself so that they may be sanctified by the truth. Who you want leading you? Do you want them to be clean? Because when they clean, then you clean. If your leader dirty, what happens to the organization that they are over? Is it dirty? I'm just saying. Neither pray I for these alone, but for them also which shall believe on me through their word. Now, his prayer covering us today, right now. This is a long. You're talking about words that just an inheritance, a legacy. Neither I pray for these alone, but for them also which shall believe on me through their word. Right? So Yahshua says something. He said it to them. They were cleansed. They kept his word. He gave it to others. They gave it to others. They were clean. They gave a clean word that cleansed those people. Now they're clean and have the word. They gave it to others, and it just trickled down all this time. Even now today, I wouldn't even be wasting my time on here. Like time passed, and I don't even know how much time passed. I have to look up, and I'll be like, "Dang, I've been talking people's ear off a little bit too long. Now let me go ahead and wrap this up." But it's his word, and it's cleansing, right? That's like with being a healer. So I didn't know I had these abilities, but I have these abilities. I've come to the realization that I have them. And so because I am very aware now of these abilities, I'm honing these skill sets, right? I'm honing the skill set of the natural ability. It came so natural till I didn't realize it was even a part of me. But I start thinking about people who would, just could like come. They're in my life, then they out, then they in, then they out, and I'm like, why they keep doing that? Then I realized what it was, because I'm like, shoot, I ain't got nothing for them. I can't give you no money. I can't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have nothing to give you. Why you here? Right? It's just like, I just need to be in your presence. Why? Apparently, I've come to find that it's healing energy. Oh, okay. So then you start to put people in the places and categories where they need to be. But then also, if you need your own reserves for your healing energy and regeneration, because that's what Yahshua did. There were many times where did they go and get Yahshua? Where did they find him? It's a look. Judas knew his whereabouts. He knew his habits, all of that type of stuff. So he knew where he resorted, because he would always go off to resort somewhere away from people to meditate and to basically to heal, rejuvenate, to restore, to meditate. That's how he restored for the work that he was doing and healing the people, healing and teaching and everything, right? Rest is a law. So here he was, that's what he was doing. And here comes the adversary going to where he was, through the adversary, through Judas, who he taught. He taught Judas. Judas knew how to do what he did, but Judas had a purpose, right? So, there he was off doing what he was, doing in that going off by himself. Peter cut the man's ear off. He put the man's ear back home. Healed the ear. Touched his ear, healed his ear. He like, Peter, anyway, healed the man's ear. But I was saying that for him to, he resorting. So there's a time and times where I've had people that would come and I'm trying to heal off of, I don't know, reserves, right? It's not reserved for them. It's reserved for me. And then I found myself messed up, right? And the Holy Spirit said to me, you can't heal if you sick. Okay. You cannot heal if you are sick. You praying to me about how exhausted you feel, how you feel drained, and all of these things, but you steady swimming through ocean. First of all, you can't even swim. And you steady swimming through oceans for people who won't even throw you a life raft if they was on a boat. They won't spit on you if you was on fire. You are exhausted and drained because you keep doing that. You got to heal yourself. Stop. Cut it off. You get healed. And then you keep your boundaries are reserved for healing for you. And that overflow, that's the energy that you heal them with, whether you're actually doing, whatever it is, whether it's, I don't know, spiritually, psychologically, emotionally, mentally, physically, through diet, massage, touch, all of that. But if you are in the space where and you got these people that's coming to take, because even with healing, right? With healing others, there's still an energy exchange that happens there because they have to receive and you give. You are healing in that instance of giving because that person is giving the gift of receiving. So your gift to them is the healing and their gift to you is the receiving. If you trying to heal people who don't want healing, they don't want it, but they acting like they do, but they're not receiving at all. They're really here to drain you with the deception of they need healing. You need to discern that immediately and send them on their way. No, I'm look, every doctor is not the doctor for you. Example, you might be dealing with cancer, but you going to the eye doctor. They don't deal with cancer. That's not the doctor for you. You need to go to the oncologist, right? Everybody is not everybody not your patient. Everybody not your doctor. Everybody's not your healer. And if you are the one in that position, everybody's not the person for you to heal. And you find yourself being drained, so that. And Joshua, he said the same thing. I didn't come to heal the world. I'm not praying for the world. I'm praying for those who you gave me out of. You see how specific we better be specific in our prayers. You see how specific and he narrowed it down. We talk about that in marketing. Like everybody is not your customer or your client. My product or whatever is for everybody. That means it's for nobody. It's not for everybody. It is for a specific, and you better identify that immediately. Like, what do you have to offer, and who are those people who will receive it and can afford it? Right? So that you don't give yourself a hard time and them. I got this. Take it. And they like, I look, I don't want it. I don't need it. I don't. And then again, you have those that do come in and then they trying to do, they want it. They want it for free. But they don't understand that it costs you, it costs them too. Because they have to be in the mode of receiving. But they want it for free. And then they'll try to pay for it or whatever up front. And then on the back end, they done got the product or whatever and paid through their card or whatever the case may be. And now you're getting a charge back because they done disputed the charges, but they got your stuff. Be careful out there, people. Be peopling. That's adversary behavior. Anyway, 21, that they may all be one, as you, Father, are in me, and I in you, and that they also may be one in us. Wait, no, I didn't read that part. Neither pray I for these alone, but for them also which shall believe on me through their word, that they all may be one, as you, Father, are in me, and I in you. So you got to be in. Like you in the house. You're in the kingdom. You got to be in. You got to be on the inside, an insider, right? That they all may be one in us, that the world may believe that you have sent me. And the glory which you gave me, I have given them. The glory that Yahweh gave Yahshua the Messiah, he has given unto those who Yahweh gave him. You not seeking Yahshua the Messiah. Yahshua the Messiah finds you. He not lost, you lost. He wasn't lost, I was lost. He found me at 16 years old. I had got lost. Yep. And through my grandmother, because my grandmama was lost. And the way he found her. And the story is so funny because we all know how my grandmother was. You know what I'm saying? Like, she was tropical astrology. She was a Sagittarius. You know, Sagittarius move around. You know what I'm saying? Like, Sagittarius move around, Jack. My grandma will get up and go in a heartbeat. Okay? She will move. She will move. She happened to be house sitting for somebody, and the house was getting painted. The people's house was getting painted that weekend. And the people that were painting, they said, "Okay, ma'am, do you need to go out to the store, get anything or whatever, like all the things that you will need, because you won't be able to come out the house for the next 3 days." 3 days. You got to understand these signs and these patterns. 3 days. My grandma went out, got everything that she needed from the store, all of that kind of stuff, whatever, dinner and everything. She got everything that she needed, and was in the house. They taped up the house where she could not get out, and they painted the house. So she's just in the house, doing her, and came across some VHS tapes to watch, and there was a VHS tape of the classes that I mentioned when I opened up. It was some IDMR classes and tapes and stuff like that and whatever, and it spoke to her. It spoke to her spirit, and there you have it. Now on my end, across the world, because she was in Arizona, I was in Chicago. I'm going through stuff, and I'm praying like, I need help. That's all I remember. Like, I need help. I don't even know what to pray for, how to pray for, how to ask, but all I know is I need help. I need help. I need help and assistance. Period, point blank, the end. Some other things happen in between. Here comes my grandmother with Yahweh's word. And I'm knowing, like, this woman she is not a churchgoer at all whatsoever. My grandma always been a good person, had a good heart. She'll shoot you if you cross her. But for the most part, she gonna be popping her fingers, doing the jazz and all of that type of stuff. But you just don't get on her bad side and we good. Her bad side being in that you done mess with her house, her children. Just as anyone should. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why we all have gun laws. Somebody trying to come in and do some things, then you got to take them down. They done crossed their boundaries. That's just who the person she was. And it's like, okay, I see my grandmother routinely got up and cleaned and did her breakfast and all of that type of stuff, and sit down with her tea, and will go outside and smoke her cigarette or whatever the case may be. But she done added in that routine. She's sitting there reading the Bible regularly, like every single day. And in her downtime, what is this? What are you doing? Like, huh? That's what happened. And so, saying all that to say, I prayed for whatever my situation was, and I didn't know how that help would look or turn out or whatever the case may be. Me saying and especially being 16. I mean, 16, what would a 16-year-old pray for? But it depends on what you got going on in your life as a 16-year-old. I know a lot of children, teenagers, they 16, they going through a lot of stuff. They're going through a lot of stuff. And I'm pretty sure a lot of them are praying and they need big help. Some of them are being taken advantage of by adults who are supposed to be leading them and guiding them and protecting them, and them the very ones that they got to watch out for. Right? So that part, and they could just be praying like whatever their prayer is. And mine was my prayer. Here come my grandmother with Yahshua the Messiah, with the word. So who knows what the prayers of your heart are and your mind? Yahweh knows. Yahweh knows if in that prayer, like a sincere prayer within your heart, like your heart is calling out for him. And that had to be what my grandmother's was, for her to receive the answer of Yahweh Elohim with her and in her life. It had to be what my sincere prayer of my heart was, even if I didn't know that intellectually. You know what I'm saying? And so, because he came through her as a vessel, he will send people, and it said all throughout the scriptures, who has believed our report, right? And it has to be one who he sent. And when he sends them, they come in his name, in his identity. That's what happens. So picking up where we here, in the glory whom you have in the glory which you have given me, I have given them, that they may be one as we are one. And you become one with Yahweh Elohim through Yahshua the Messiah in you, right? I in them, you in me, that they may be made perfect in unity. Because what does Deuteronomy say? Yahweh our Elohim is Yahweh a unity. He is not a trinity. He is not a triune. He is one, right? Blood, water, spirit. Those three agree in one, right? Spirit, soul, body. That's one. Yahweh Elohim Yahshua, one. Wisdom, intelligence, knowledge, operate as one. Love, beauty, justice, operating as one. Foundation, power, and strength, operating as one. Those are 9 divine attributes that make up the characteristics of Yahweh Elohim. The 9 fruits of the Spirit, operating in one as one. But, you got to think about 3 times 3 is 9, right? So these 3 are one. These 3 agree in one. So I in them and you and me, that they may be made perfect in unity, and that the world may know that you have sent me and have loved them, and you have loved me. He loves us. He loves us. We love him because he loved us first. The relationship between Yahweh Elohim, between Elohim and Abraham, was that Abraham, he loved Abraham. Abraham trusted him. So anybody having some issues when it comes to relationships and all of that type of stuff, it's built on trust first. Trust first. And then love as a result of the trust. Trust, love, and belief. Those were the 3 things that were working in the relationship between Yahweh Elohim and Abraham. Abraham trusted Yahweh. Because of Abraham's trust in Yahweh and believing in his word, He kept his word. He loved him and the children. And even throughout all time, like now, just continuing to go on, I think we all must keep in mind. Remember Terah. Terah was Abraham's father, who was the idol worshiper. So that is definitely in the DNA. But that can be deactivated. Like just going off of like Bruce Lipton with his biology of belief. It's the environment. Our cells and DNA respond to the environment. Abraham was likened unto that one that he like something not right. So Yahweh took Abraham out of the environment of idol worshipers and his father. Happens. It was his own people, Yahshua's own people, the Hebrew that killed him. Remember, they took him to the courts and everything. Those weren't the Hebrew they weren't the Hebrew nation. It was his own people, his own brethren that brought him. So it's like they were operating under the Torah, really, because they were idol worshiping. They were worshiping each other. They worshiping and not the Father. They took Yahshua out to the courts. Hey, he breaking our law. They examined him. We don't find any fault in this man. You couldn't find because what? The lamb. The lamb, when they brought the lamb had to be without spot and blemish. When they examined Yahshua, he had to be without fault. They didn't find fault in him because he was the lamb. Just like back then with the lamb. No spot, no blemish. They got to roast them, and they did roast them. Aha, you the son of man. I thought you was the King of kings and the Lord of lords and the God of gods. If you be Yahweh Elohim's son, if you a healer, heal yourself. If you the savior, save yourself. Get down from off that cross. I thought you was the son of God. Where he at? Where your daddy at? I thought he was going to save you. That was a roast. Just like they had to roast that lamb back there. And it said that the congregation had to kill the lamb. The congregation killed the lamb. Pierced the side. You know, they nailed him to the cross, both hands, feet. Put the crown of thorn on his head, pierced him in the side. That was the blood post on the door that they had to dip it from a basin. That's the one point of blood. And then strike it on the upper doorpost of the house where he had the crown of, the thorns on his head. That was the blood. And on the two side posts, that's the blood in both of his hands, dipping it from a basin. That's the blood in his feet. And they pierced him in the side. In numerology, that number 5. He had 5 wounds. His head, his 2 hands, his feet, and on the side. And the tarot cards, people don't even realize that they sorry to tell you, for those who don't like Yahweh not my God. Well, you sure using his cards. You sure using his cards. The world card and the wheel of fortune card, it got Elohim on it. The high priestess, she holding the Torah. It say Torah right on the book that she holding. The major arcana, that's Psalms 9, the 119 division. The major arcana. Other nations that got a hold of the Hebrews, just like right now today, how we talk about culture vultures and people stealing our culture and taking it and claiming it as theirs. The same, you got to pick up the pattern. That's the same pattern. That's how I know who we are. They still stealing our culture. Just like they stole 119 The 119th division of Psalms is the major arcana cards. And then when they would be taken into captivity, they seen that and they felt that it had some kind of divine power and everything. Because it was the scriptures, their history in the scriptures in pictorial illustrations on cards. And they took them and started adding stuff to it and claimed it as theirs. Oh, it was the Babylonians, or it was the this, or it was the that, or it was the Hebrews. It was Yahshua's. I mean, it was Yahweh Elohim's. Elohim is right on the card. The eagle, that's the E. The lion, that's the L. The ox, that's O. The man, that's him. Elohim. On the wheel of fortune card in those four corners, because what did Yahweh say? His people will be on the four corners of the earth. Them the four corners on the card. And then on the world card where the woman, that's the end. And you got the woman that's inside of a circle reef. That reef is a reef of healing the nations. And you got the same eagle, lion, ox, and the man on the card. And the way that you have them, because Hebrew is read from right to left, you have the eagle and the lion on the right hand side, and the ox and the man on the left hand side. You don't have to believe in him, but you're using his tools. Because what else you gonna use? Everything is his. I ain't make it up. I mean, not mine. So, but those are the three things he loved. So trust, love, and belief. Father, I will that they also, whom you have given me, be with me where I am. He was already there, right? Be with me where I am, that they may behold my glory, which you have given me. For you have loved me before the foundations of the world. Before the foundations of the world, like the world's foundation that the world stand on. Yahshua was there before that. He said, I beheld Satan fall from heaven. Like I saw that. I was there. Oh, righteous Father, the world has not known you. That's what he said. He said, we'll say, we cast out demons in your name. We did this in your name. We did that in your name. They was out there in the world doing that stuff. That was a worldly thing that they was doing. We did this. He said, get thee away from me. He said, I have not known you. He said, I don't know you. We cast out demons in your name. We healed in your name. We preached in your name. We did a mighty work in your name. I don't know you. You did that by your professional titles. That's what that world, that's what that is. I haven't known you. But here, he said, Father, I will that they also, whom you have given, no, oh righteous Father, that he said, oh righteous Father, the world has not known you, but I have known you, and these have known that you have sent me. And I have declared unto them your name, and will declare it, that the love wherewith you have loved me may be in them, and I in them. That Joshua prayer for us. So if you want to pray, Yahshua's prayer, or what they call the Lord's Prayer, it is John chapter 17. It's John chapter 17. Listen to it, read it, put it on repeat, but get it in your soul, get it down in your spirit. Let it become one with you, because he prayed those words for the ones who believe in him and what he did. I mean, it's people still mocking it today. Oh, well, that don't mean he did it. He did it allegorically. He did it metaphysically. It didn't really happen in the reality. It was just a metaphor for this and that and the other. But Romans 1:19 and 20 says that which may be, I'm going to read it. As a matter of fact, I'm going to read the whole chapter and then we're ending, like for real, because you all have to understand what time we are in, where we're at, and you do not need to be deceived at all whatsoever. Like, for real. Don't get caught up. Don't get caught up. Saul, this is Romans chapter 1. Saul, a servant of Yahshua the Messiah, called to be an apostle, separated unto the glad tidings of Yahweh. So when he called you out of the world, you're separated from it. You're separated from it. When it happens at first, it's a lot of pain. It's a lot of pain. You will be crying. You will be thinking that you crazy. People will make you think that you crazy. You're going to fall out with people. You not even meaning to fall out with them. They fall out with you. All kinds of stuff happen. And you got to endure. That's the long suffering. See Paul's life. That man went through. They all did. Them people was out for them. And we're not talking about the people. We're talking about the people who were in positions of authority. Right? Okay. So, which he has promised afore by his prophets in the Holy Scriptures. So, your separation, it was already ordained. Before, when you was in your, he said, I knew you when you was in your mother's womb. He knew you when you were an embryo. He knew you when you was a seed in your mother's womb about to form. It was ordained long time ago. Okay. I mean, if you want to go out here and get a, minister certification or whatever the case may be, that's cool. That's fine. There ain't nothing wrong with that. But do know that piece of paper is not what makes you a minister. It is not what makes you ordained. Man does not ordain you. You were ordained before you were even born. You were ordained in your mother's womb. Just like Paul was, right? He said, which he has promised afore by his prophets in the Holy Scriptures, concerning his son, Yahshua the Messiah, our Savior, who was made of the seed of David according to the flesh, and declared to be the Son of Yahweh with power, according to the Spirit of holiness by the resurrection of the dead. Now, do that sound like, oh, it was just allegories and symbols and signs? It didn't really happen in real life. by whom we have received grace and apostleship for obedience to the faith among all nations for his name, among whom are you also called of Yahshua the Messiah. To all that be in Rome, beloved of Yahweh, called to be saints. This was very specific. He like, I don't want to leave no stone unturned on who this is for, right? Grace to you and peace from Yahweh our Father and Yahshua the Messiah. So grace to you. What is grace? Look it up. Look at what grace is. First, I thank my Elohim through Yahshua the Messiah for you all, that your faith is spoken of throughout the whole world. So we talk about gossip. If there's going to be some gossip about you, let it be about your faith. Faith means trust, that you trust in Yahweh Elohim through Yahshua the Messiah, right? For Yahweh is my witness, whom I serve with my spirit in the glad tidings of his son, that without ceasing I make mention of you always in my prayers. Let me stop right here, because let me tell you. So we got these cicadas out here in the suburbs. They saying that they're not in the city, but they definitely out here in the suburbs. Honey, let me tell you, life lesson about praying without ceasing. These jokers have not shut up since they start hollering. I hear them right now. You hear them all the time. They don't stop. I'm like, dang, they ain't stop. And you know what? It was so funny because I'm like, these things, they haven't stopped since they started. And what came to mind was pray without ceasing. I was like, oh my gosh, that's the lesson. Like you learn through nature, right? That's the lesson. Pray without ceasing. Yahweh know what they saying. This is a song unto Yahweh Elohim. They may be praising Yahweh's name, and mankind who Yahweh made to be in the image of likeness of him, the adversary done got a hold of, and we not praying without ceasing and praising Yahweh's name, his name. But these cicadas will, and the birds and everything else. We breathe. Let everything that has breath praise the name of Yahweh. We don't have to do it consciously, but we breathe. It's people cursing Yahweh's name to an oblivion and breathing his name and his air. Right? That part. So making request, if by any means now at length I might have a prosperous journey by the will of Yahweh to come unto you. For I long to see you, that I may impart unto you some spiritual gift, to the end you may be established. That is, that I may be comforted together with you by the mutual faith, both of you and me. Now remember, I said that giving, to give and to receive, that's working for both parties or all parties, the giving and the receiving. But then if you have a giving and a taking, that's not, it cuts off. Taking, but not receiving. Because there's a difference between receiving and taking. You could be giving somebody and they take it, and then you give somebody and receive. I mean, it's the weirdest thing. Like you give something to someone, and I hope I can impart this. the right way for you to understand the difference between receiving and taking. They don't receive it in they don't receive the spirit in which you are giving it in. They take the thing without receiving the spirit. That's taking. They take the thing without receiving the spirit. When you're giving it with spirit, but with a good spirit. I hope you understand what I mean by that. That's the best way I could put it. You know, those are the takers. And that's why you feel depleted. They don't want to receive the spirit behind well, not behind, but that comes with the gift. So that's why they never get enough. Because they take the thing without the good spirit that is really what they're looking for to be fulfilled. But then that means that it would change or possibly transform what they have aligned or bonded themselves with. Because lust is never satisfied. You can't satiate it. You can't satisfy it. You can't. Yeah. That is within. Okay, for I long to see you that I may impart in you some spiritual gift to the end you may be established. That is that I may be comforted together with you by the mutual faith of both you and me. Now I would not have you ignorant. Because that's not how Yahweh's people are not ignorant. He said, now I will not have you ignorant, because ignorance is sin. Ignorance leads to sin. Ignorance leads to the disobedience to Yahweh's commands, right? When you don't know and have the understanding of what you know. So now I will not have you ignorant, brethren, that oftentimes I purposed to come unto you, but was hindered hitherto, that I might have some fruit among you also. Now, is he talking about food? No, right? It's spiritual fruit. That I might have some fruit among you also, even as among other nations. Right? Paul was sent out to preach to the Gentiles. Okay? Joshua, he came, I came for the lost sheep of Israel. So I got to work. My purpose is to work in house, because we got to take care of home first. Like you got these countries, when you're looking at it, this way or whatever, so they can look good outside to the other nations, like, oh, we coming to do this over there and this over there and this over there. And it's like, but your own citizens, you ain't even taking care of your own citizens. Clean up your own house in your own country with your own citizens. And then maybe you can do some outside stuff. Why you coming to the aid of their outside so you can look good over there, but your house is burning? Your house not in order, but you're going to come over here and set ours in order. Make that make sense? No. Joshua didn't operate that way. Because Yahweh didn't operate that way, right? He like, I take care of my own, I'm taking care of my house. And the ones that I set to lead, I got to make sure that the leaders are in position because they're leaders. And they lead the other nations. But if they not straight, the other nations suffer. We got to take care of the head, right? So here come Joshua. I came to do what my daddy said. Basically, my father's shouldn't I be about my father's business, taking care of my father's house. Father means spirit, right? Taking care of the spirit of the house. So then when Paul comes along, because Judas, he betrayed Joshua by, then he came to himself, but he couldn't live with the guilt of that, and he killed himself. He took himself out, right? So then you got to have 12. It has to follow the pattern. So with that 12, you got 12 brothers that the 12 tribes came from, and you got 12 disciples turned 12 apostles. And even in our physical bodies, the rib cage shows that you got 12 ribs on each side, making up 24, but they're on each side because that the cross, which Yahshua the Messiah, although this is showing the brain, but do I have a, hold on, let me see. Do I have a slide up here that shows the skeletal system? No, that's the inside. That's the nervous system. Well, and maybe maybe it's okay. Here's one. Here it is, right here. Okay. Look over here with this rib cage right here. Okay. There's 12 on each side. But right here you have the thoracic, and you can actually thump on the thoracic cage here in order to, just something that I learned from my mama with body talk. We would have to tap here in order to wake up the thymus behind it, and it helps to activate the immune system. But behind there, of course, is the, our vertebrae, right? The spinal cord. So the this rib cage that goes from here, this thoracic connected to the vertebrae back here. This spinal column is in like representation of the upright of man, and who's the and what's the upright of man, right? But Elohim, it's right in the body. So you got the 12 tribes, and this 12 that must protect. Because what is this? This is a protection. It protects those organs that's inside of it, being the the heart and the lungs and the aorta and all the organs that's inside of there. That's a protection for it, and protects the nations, right? That's the reason why I went through that with the body. But okay, even as all the other nations. 14. I am a debtor both to the Greeks and to the other nations, both to the wise and to the unwise. Now he's stating what his position is. Like, this is what Yahweh Elohim called me to do. He ain't called one person to do everything. Just like with Yahshua the Messiah. I came to finish the work that you gave me to do. But now I got to teach. So, and in these 12 areas, just like with astrology, you got 12 houses, right? You got 12 constellations up there. And they even represent 12 tribes as well. When you get into the book of Enoch, it really show you that. So he said, I'm both the debtor to the Greeks and other nations, both to the wise and to the unwise. I was sent to preach unto the Greeks. That's the Gentiles, right? They had all kinds of wisdom and everything too, which we're still learning today. When we're going into these institutions, that's what we're learning, right? But Paul had to go and teach them to set the record straight of what, getting out of the theories. They had a whole bunch of head stuff. And he's like, and there was a lot of idol worshiping with that. So Paul was sent to teach them. So as much as in me is, I am ready to preach the glad tidings to you that are at Rome. Remember, I talked about so romance, it has the word Roman in it. Romance, Roman, romantic. So he's there. Look, the Romans. So those who were believers in Rome, this letter went out to them, the assembly that was at Rome. And when they were preaching the gospel, there were people that was starting to believe. However, they needed to still be taught, and there had to be a lifestyle, a mind change that led to a lifestyle change, right? Of beliefs. Now, I'm not going to even mention it, but of beliefs or the mindset, right? So he continues on to say, for I am not ashamed of the glad tidings of the Messiah, for it is the power of Yahweh unto salvation to everyone that believes, to the Jew first, and also to the Greek. You got to be believers on both sides, though. But believing in Yahweh, to the Jews first. Because what? Home got to be taken care of first, right? Who Yahweh was dealing with, got to take care of that first. To the Jews first, and also to the Greek or the Gentiles. For therein is the righteousness of Yahweh revealed from faith to faith, as it is written, the just shall live by faith. For the wrath of Yahweh shall be revealed from heaven against all impiety and unrighteousness of men who hold the truth in unrighteousness. Because that, now here we go, Romans 1:19 and 20. Because that which may be known of Yahweh is manifested. In this time, everybody manifesting in manifestation. I'm gonna manifest me a car, and I'm gonna manifest me a house, and I'm gonna manifest me of this, and I'm gonna manifest me of that. Well, that which may be known of Yahweh is manifested in them. Now, let's not take away the verse before that, which is, for the wrath of Yahweh shall be revealed from heaven. This is heaven. And the heaven above, with those 12 constellations where the sun and the moon and the stars and the planets are there, right? Where the sun and the moon and the stars were placed in the heavens to keep days and times and seasons. So in his timing, according to how he set up time and how to tell time by the heavens, right? The sun and the moon makes they circuit. The moon is a faster moving body. She go around the constellation in 28, 29 days. The sun, 30 days. But what about Mercury? Venus? Saturn? Jupiter? Right? Jupiter transits through a constellation in about 12 months. Saturn, about 2.5 years. Um, Uranus, about 7 years. Neptune, about 14 to 16 years. Um, did I say Uranus? Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, about between 18 to 25 years. It transits through. It's slower body. So those, you'll see certain signs within those generations of people. Because if you do not think that people, like our behavior that we have here on this planet, it is in response to the heavenly bodies and the energies that are there, it happens. And people respond to them. You're bound by it until you become observant of it. When you become the observer of it, it makes you independent of it. So now you become the observer, independent of that energy. Now you can utilize the energy for your benefit, whereas before it was to your detriment because you were bound by it. Paul even talked about that in the scriptures. So what happens? It's like you having a clock, you're seeing the clock, you know you have to be somewhere, there's an appointment, you get ready and be prepared ahead of time so that you can be on time. That's it. So that is that having the Holy Spirit, being whole in spirit, soul, mind, and body, so that you control the energy. The energy don't control you. You're not in subjection to the energy. You are in subjection to the one who created it. And then he shows you how to utilize it for your benefit while you're here to carry out the purpose for why you were put on this planet in the first place. So, the wrath of Yahweh shall be revealed from heaven against all impiety and unrighteousness of men, because we're in these revelation times. And in this generation, with Pluto being in Capricorn, not Aquarius, like, look at the heavens, please. Oh no, it's an that is because with the Babylonian, with the such and such, and so I'm just following the so and so. I'm following what Yahweh made. I don't care who did what or who shot John. What did Yahweh make, and what am I looking at with my own eyeballs? I look up there with the tools that he gave me to use, and I can clearly see the planet Pluto is in Capricorn. I know what that means according to the signs. And it has to do with those that are in authority and world positions, government heads, like all of that, titles, all of that. If you found on the wrong side of that energy, man, it is about to be a transforming experience for you on the side that's not that great. If you are found in authority, in the obedience of Yahweh Elohim, and you're utilizing that energy in a good way, it's about to be a life-changing, transforming experience where you will benefit greatly. It depends on how you use that energy. Did you abuse your power and authority? If you did not, and you used your power and your authority for the good and the benefit of those of your, when we talk about respect, right, of the title and the position that you hold, that's going to be a great thing for you and the people who benefited from it. That's what's happening here. Some companies and businesses will go down, and some will come up. Generational things, traditional things. If that tradition was a man-made tradition and it caused some harm, it is being done away with. For Yahweh's tradition to be upheld. And it's even more to that, but that's what's going on. That's what's going on. And it says, because that which may be known of Yahweh is manifest or made plain in them. For Yahweh has shown it unto them. Now, Yahweh is spirit. Spirit is invisible. How has Yahweh shown these invisible things? For the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen. How can we clearly see something that's invisible? Being understood by the things that are made. We can understand invisible spiritual things by the things that are made, or that's plain, or that's manifest. I see a tree out here. It's physical. I could see it, touch it, taste it, smell it, all of that if I decided to eat something off of it. But I can understand the spiritual thing and principle behind it, because the reality of that tree is a spiritual one, not the actual tree. But it's here. Right? I could go outside and climb in it. So that means that these things are just aren't allegories or metaphors or whatever. Like when hip hop artists had the similes and the metaphors and all of that. They're taking something that they have seen and witnessed and using that as an allegory or a metaphor for understanding that they're trying to get you to something that they're saying to get you to understand the meaning. Happens all the time. It don't mean that thing didn't happen. The thing that they're trying to tie to a message that they're trying to convey. It happened. They will always maybe reference something about like Michael Jordan or whatever. Well, how are they using that as a metaphor for their skill set and their rhymes or whatever? Because Michael Jordan actually did what he freaking did in real time, in real life. And those who were there at that time to witness it and see it, they saw it. But then the ones who came afterwards, well, they didn't see Michael Jordan in his prime because they probably wouldn't even be thought of. But then maybe they were able to see a tape of a game or something. But they weren't there when it happened. But we saw it. But we can use it as an allegory or a metaphor. But it happened. That's the point. Oh, well, Joshua didn't really. Well, how do you know? Were you there? We're believing based on the word, just like our children would believe based on what we saw Michael Jordan do in his prime. If we was at a game or experience or saw it on TV or whatever. They didn't have the video and stuff back then. Maybe if we did have that, we would have seen it. But now we have video footage so we can show, oh, you don't believe it? All right, let's go back to the old tapes. Back then they had to write it. Then the writing went to, pictures and, all of that. The pictures turned into words of the writing, and the writing turned into, acting it out on film or in theater. And then that theater turned into, hey, we're going to record it. We're going to film it. And then that film turned into recordings, and the recordings into the videos. And now it's like, hey, everybody see it. This is the video footage, taking it back to Puffy. This is the video footage. Jay, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Oh, here's a whole video of this man. She trying to leave in a hoodie and some jeans with two little old bags. That looks like a woman trying to escape abuse. and you run out in a towel, holding the towel with one hand and strong arming with one other hand. You can't say nothing about you felt threatened or harmed or she tried to do something to you or whatever because you had on a towel and kept holding that towel and swinging her around with one hand, throwing her over with one hand, and stomping her with one foot. She threatened your life. She stole something from you. That's the reason why you did it. Stop playing. Then throw something at her. Mister, I didn't do nothing. And the truth will come out to light. Yahweh was like, yep, sure will. Grab the video footage. Listen. Miss Adasa, where were your whereabouts? Man, I was at the house. I was in the kitchen. I had cooked something. And then I left out of there and went back in my office. And then I got on Zoom or the computer started doing some work. And then I laid down. I started eating some fruit. And then I started scrolling on social media. And then I put it down and then I went and did something with sister. And after that, laid her down and everything. And I laid down and went to sleep. Did you leave out the house? No, I didn't leave out the house that day. My sons had my car. Where did they go? They went to work. Where was you at? I went walking on such and such. Listen, my steps are ordered. I won't be nowhere where I am not supposed to be. Okay? I won't be with nobody I'm not supposed to be with. If I go somewhere, I am there in the daylight. I'm trying to get home before 3. Definitely by 6. And honey, if it's dark outside, if I am somewhere and I know I'm going to be there until maybe it's dark, it will be with a trusted man. I mean, like spouse, sons, brothers, cousins. Because any other place with any other man outside of them, we having a Zoom meeting, or we are in a well-lit public place in the daylight talking business. And I'm talking about business like that's going to put money in his family's pockets and mine. Other than that, it costs money to go outside. And I'm not into wasting my time, my energy, or my money. It's a lot of things could be done on Zoom these days, just like we doing right here. Other than that, so somebody, oh, Hadassah would do it. You lying through your teeth. You are a whole lie, and the truth is not in you. Period. Talking about being accountable. All right. Your phone account for your steps. Them pings and dings across the towers and everything. Baby, go ahead if you want to. It's made manifest these days. Oh, the privacy. We don't have the privacy, and the privacy with the privacy this and the privacy that. Privacy is good. I mean, it's great. All right. I mean, I don't want anybody invading my privacy where I'm in my home minding my business and stuff like that, right? I'm in a bathroom trying to clean myself up and somebody watching me on camera. Like, no, I don't want that. I don't want that. But some people abuse privacy. They're abusing in private and keeping it a secret. That's the difference between secrecy and privacy, right? So, the invisible things from him, from the creation of the world, are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and supernal nature, so that they are without excuse. This is saying that we have no excuse at all whatsoever, because the things that we can clearly see that are made is telling you something about Yahweh, your Elohim, as he really is and actually exists. Because that, when they knew Yahweh, they glorified him not as Elohim, neither were thankful, but became vain in their imaginations. See, that's what I'm talking about, right? Like the people, oh, well, no, it's not this, is that. We all looking at the heavens. We can all see the constellations. And well, no, the sun is in Gemini. Are you looking at what I'm looking at? Are we looking at the heavens, or are you looking at what somebody changed? Let's close that. Let's look up here. We both see, we looking at it. Now, what are you saying you see again? Oh, well, no, because see, because that was okay. I don't even argue with that. What they have just shown is that what was put there, that indoctrination, after they were shown the reality, they decided, just like it said, because that when they knew Yahweh, they glorified him not as Yahweh, neither were they thankful, but became vain in their own imaginations. That's your own imagination. You looking at it. But no, that's not what I see. We see with our minds. We see with our minds. Now, if we really want to see what we seeing, just like Moses did, Moses said, okay, wait. This fire is burning the bush, but the bush is not being consumed by the fire. Let me turn aside what I think, believe should be happening here, and let me really see what's going on. Then Yahweh started dealing with them. Until you put aside what you were indoctrinated with, you will not see Yahweh. You will continue on with your, like it say right here, but became vain or empty in their imaginations. Image, and their foolish hearts, and their foolish heart was darkened. Empty in their imaginations, or the images, and their hearts were darkened because of what was imagined. And I didn't even notice this until right here, right now, right here, the universe. You see these the planets right here. They all listed right here. Even Pluto is on here. They keep going back and forth. Well, no, it's a dwarf planet. No, it's not. No, it's a moon. No, it's a planet. Right? Look, seasons. The universe. It's all there. And it all goes according to this pattern. Even the birth, 40 weeks in the womb, that number 40, 40 days, 40 nights, 40 weeks, 49 months. 40 weeks equates to 9 months. That number 9 divine attributes, 9 fruits of the spirit, right? 40 weeks, 9 months. And then that completes right? That process, and then they're born. Then it said right here, and then this is the number of the cycle, 7, or perfection. 7 ages of man. Ooh, it's real little here. Seven senses of the body. The school system done taught you that you got 5. Oh, it's just 5 senses. It's 7. 7. Because teaching 5 keeps you trapped in your carnalness or your body, where it's just about physical senses, to see, to smell, to hear, to taste, and to touch. There's more than that. There are 2 more. There's the psychic sense, that's the 6th sense. The number of man is 6. But then the 7th sense is the spirit. And when we're perfected with that 7th sense, or that spiritual, which is Yahweh, and we come in alignment and we're obedient unto the dictates of Yahweh Elohim, now we are perfected. That's the number 7. And then we have life, the number 8, right? Infinity. And then that number 9, which is completion or systems. Now we can operate within Yahweh's system, or the body. The body have 9 vital organs and 9 systems. That's the completion. He is beautiful. Yahweh's so beautiful the way he just, hold on, let me it's so funny. I think my eyesight. Never mind. I'm not going to even go into that. So that foolish hearts were dark. Look, professing themselves to be wise, they became fools and changed the glory of the uncorruptible Elohim into an image made like to corruptible man, and to birds and 4-footed beasts and creeping things. Wherefore Yahweh also gave them up to uncleanness through the lust of their own hearts, to dishonor their own bodies between themselves. Now listen, open your ear gates and listen. Who changed the truth of Yahweh into a lie, and worshiped and served the creature rather than the Creator, who is blessed forever. For this cause, now, this is the reason. Them doing that. Yahweh showed us, but we're not going to look at that. We are going to stay fast on our vain imaginations and worship the creature more than the Creator. I'm going to worship the sun and the moon and the stars instead of why they were created in the first place, knowing that Yahweh created them and realizing that Yahweh created them. Yahweh show you how to use them and to tell time by them. It's a universal, right here it says universe. It's a universal clock. It lets you know what time it is. And is to keep the time of the days to keep days and times and seasons and years. Right? Instead, they started worshiping them. Don't mean that you can't tell time by them. But to start, that's like I have a clock and I start bowing down and worshiping the clock and trying to fix the clock food and put the clock on the table and incense around the clock and praying to the clock and setting food out on the altar for the clock, that like the clock gonna eat the food, and Yahweh looking like, what is this fool doing? what is my child? Like, what happened? This just to tell you what time it is so that you know to get up and do certain things or whatever. Not for you to, you don't be, Lord have mercy. I mean, I can just imagine that's what Yahweh doing. I'm a parent, so I done taught my children how to take something and use it for their benefit to help them. And they sitting up here bowing down to it and doing all kinds of crazy rituals and whatever thing. It's like, that's not what that's for. I'm trying to free you. Right? Like, that's it. So, because they did that, because they said, nope, I don't want to know anything about Yahweh, how he said to use it, what it's for, any of those things. I just want to continue on to imagine what I imagined and everything. He said, okay. And then here we go. For this cause, Yahweh gave them up unto vile affections. For even their women did change the natural use. I need you to hear what I'm saying. I need you to hear what I'm reading so that you understand something. All right? This is a time of who is who. Who is who? For this cause, Yahweh gave them up to vile affections, for even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature. And likewise, also the men. We're not singling anybody out. Everybody is getting this one. Leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust one toward another, men with men, doing that which is indecent, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error, which was proper. And even as they did not like to retain Yahweh in their knowledge, Yahweh gave them over to a reprobate mind to do those things which are not proper, being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whisperers, backbiters. Hold on. Let me get the right slide. Let me get the right, so that you need a pictorial illustration. You see this mind gave them over to a reprobate mind, right? You got the old night and you got the new day. Okay? And then those that come over here to the new day, here comes those vipers that are murderers, liars, deceivers, deniers, false prophets with their concepts and customs and theories and opinions and traditions and imaginations. Transgression, strife, hell, ignorance, carnal-minded, hate, greed, unruly. We said vain, anger. Did we say envy, strife, uncircumcised heart? Like, I'm reading out the Bible. This is Paul with a letter to the Romans saying what happened back under the law with Moses. Because this is the reason why Yahweh gave Moses the law in the first place. Because they kept doing things that were unseemly. And so When Yahweh brought them out of that environment, Yahweh said, listen, because there were ages and dispensations before. Like the reason why he had the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah and then the flood, back in Noah's day, because the wickedness was abounding. And people will continue to do things until the law points out that it's wrong. It's like if you're not following the commands of how it goes, then I have to make a law that if you step out of the command, that means that you've overstepped the boundary, and the law shows you where the boundaries are. Stop at the traffic sign because of the other traffic. You run a traffic light, you cause an accident. You didn't follow the law, statute, or ordinance of stop at this stop sign or stop at this light because there's oncoming traffic, so as to not have an accident. You ran it. Law states don't run it. Stop here. You didn't stop. Here come the people pulling you over, give you a fine because you didn't keep the law. Well, not keep the law. You didn't keep the commandment of stop at the stop sign. So their behavior is the filled in all unrighteousness with all of these things are a list of behaviors. Okay. 29. Well, I'm gonna start again. Being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whisperers, backbiters, haters of Yahweh. Haters of Yahweh, despiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things. Like, do you know what it takes to invent something? That take a lot of it. You got to sit down and you got to take some time. You done imagined it. You done got the materials. You put the time and the energy, even money and everything into it. You invented that. An evil thing. Inventors of evil things. Disobedient to parents without understanding. Covenant breakers without natural affection. Implacable, unmerciful, who knowing the judgment of Yahweh, that they which commit. Now I talk about commitment in trading all the time. Like you got to commit, or otherwise, just cancel your membership. Like I don't even want nobody on my platform that is not committed to learning, because you're gonna be there a minute. Forget all of the stuff that like, oh, it's gonna be this fly by night. You're gonna get it in 2 minutes and you're gonna be a multi-millionaire in 3 days and all that kind of stuff. That's called marketing. That is not gonna happen. You got to get over so many psychological barriers. Learning the skill set. Yeah, you can learn the skill set in weeks. You can learn the skill set in 90 days. 90 days, depending on your time frame, right? But now, that psychology and risk management, that's what you're fighting up against. How much money you got? Are you managing it properly? Are you managing your risk and your margin and all of that? The only way you could do that is if your psychology is together and in order. And your psychology gonna come out. You're gonna see everything about you while you're trading. Things that you didn't even know was there gonna come out at the most in times where you don't want it to come out. It will blow your account. And you're like, what? Why did I even do what I did with that? That's why we continue to have a trading journal and all that kind of stuff. You got to write down the emotions that you had, why you was it, why did you feel this way? Why did you do this? Why did you got to keep track of that stuff. Right? So, because behaviors come out, they're psychological, and you got to get rid of them in order to be a profitable trader. Just like here, right? Knowing the judgment of Yahweh, that they which commit, people are committed to these behaviors. Committed to it. That's why. Well, why? If there was a God and he was this and that and the other, so forth and so on, why is he is not allowing it? He is not permitting it. People will not, for the sake of respecter of persons. What does that mean, to be a respecter of persons? To be a respecter of personalities. Oh, well, so and so is the such and such of the so and so. They wouldn't do that. And they're the main people that's doing it. They're the head of the so and so with the prestigious so and so, and they've been married to so and so and such, and they have this and that and the other, and their children are blah blah blah, so forth and so on, and da 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 da. And then you see on videotape. It's like, now you got to be careful though, because now you got to discern, because now you got AI. Somebody make some type of AI image of you or whatever, and you take your voice. I mean, look, AI, it could be a good tool, but AI is a tool. That is all. It's a tool. The hands of who AI is in makes the difference. But people are committed to these behaviors. They're committed to them. And so, that word, who, knowing the judgment of Yahweh, that they which commit such things are worthy of death. It said they're worthy of death. Now, there's all forms of death. There's a lot of forms of death. There's physical death, but then there's also death of, there's an end, pretty much, of, it's like an end of an era. This is the end of the reign. They came, they saw, they conquered, they did whatever. Now this is the end. That's the death, right? Which are worthy of death, not only do the same, but consent with them that do them. Why didn't anybody say anything? Why isn't it? Well, the people that was in their circle should have said, should have did. They consented, even if that consent was by silence. They consented by silence. That's why I tell people all the time, open your mouth, speak. People had this, well, that stuff stay in house and this, that, and the other. I understand, like, family business, family matters. That's not for everybody. But abuse, we have to teach the safety. And in safety, because everybody's not physically abused, there's spiritual abuse, there's psychological abuse, there's emotional abuse, there's mental abuse. And these people are intelligent enough to know, well, some aren't, apparently, but some are intelligent enough to know not to put their hands on somebody. But if you seen the spiritual and the psychological and emotional and mental abuse that they are causing on the people around them, and you seen what that looks like, it looks like how, an analogy or whatever would be somebody just beating somebody down and they into a bloody pulp. Because that's what they look like spiritually so. And Yahweh sees that. And you think he ain't gonna do nothing about it? Just when the people think that they have gotten away scot-free and ain't nothing coming for them, that's when Yahweh comes to them. They think that they are invincible and untouchable. That is when Yahweh comes like a thief in the night. That's when he comes. You won't see him coming. They won't see him coming. And to keep those people who have been harmed and abused in that way, you have to teach them how, because you don't want any further abuse to happen to them. So you have to teach them them how, by what kind of people to speak to about what they're enduring. Now you can't just talk to everybody about it. There's certain kind of people. You have to teach them about the behavior and signs of those people before they open their mouth to the people. They have to be, you need to see a consistency of trustworthy behavior. You got to tune into your intuition and your emotions. Like, you got to get them people back to their intuition and their inner, because that's been disrupted. They don't even know anymore how to trust themselves and their own inner voice, because that abuse disconnected them from the voice of their creator. They don't have a sound mind anymore. That entity in that person exalted themselves above the throne to be like the Most High in that person's life. And maybe even that person put them up there, because when we talk about imagery, that's all the imagery is. You create this image so that people, do things and revere, or whatever the case may be. That's why Yahweh said, I come, I'm lowly. I am lowly and meek in heart. Lowly meaning I'm not trying to exalt myself above Yahweh Elohim in you. My job is to come low and teach you and show you Yahweh Elohim in you. Because that's the only way you're going to get your mind out of the traps of these, the ones who exalted themselves above the throne. Those idols. But there are people, it said, to those who consented, it said, but who, knowing the judgment of Yahweh, that they which commit such things are worthy of death, not only do the same, but consent with them that do them. Gotta have consent. They'll make you think you consented to something that you didn't consent to. You're like, did I consent? I don't know. Maybe well, I guess I did. Well, you the one did that. You the one allowed that. You the one allowed it to happen, and all of that type of stuff right there. Now, people do it, say it all the time. That's further abuse They're consenting to you being abused because they have no idea. They have no idea. No idea. So that ends our session for the day. These are these research helps. So when I talk about that Webster's dictionary, just Google it. Webster's dictionary 1828. This you want to look up, you want to know the meaning of some stuff, etymology. Where's the etymology that I have on here? Oh, right. The etymology, um, Etym Online in this Webster's Dictionary 1828. Between these two, look up the words and the meaning of the words and the root between these two. You definitely want to have a there's a Bible app if you download it. It's SKJV and it has the Hebrew, like you could click on a word, it'll take you to the Hebrew word and meaning of that word and what they meant by that word in context of the scripture. Because nobody understands the scriptures without the context and the meaning of the word that's mentioned there. We have to know what that word is in Hebrew. In Hebrew, it has a meaning. Each letter of the Hebrew alphabet has a meaning, and you want to have that in the context of what was being, the idea, the communication that was being expressed. That's the only way you get the meaning. Otherwise, you're reading some words here and you think you knowing what it's saying. And even the people who you may be listening to or whatever think they know what it's saying, but without that deeper context of going back to the language of which this was originally spoken and knowing what it is, they don't even know what it is. And it's just mad. We want to know. It's like, Yahweh, what were you conveying? The message that you were conveying to the prophets when they wrote this, what were you saying? And that's how we have the word of Yahweh. Right. So that ends this discourse. We will be here again next Sunday at the same time. Not probably go as long as we did today. However, let's end with doxology, the last two verses of Jude. Now unto him who is able to keep you from falling and to present you faultless before the presence of his glory with exceeding joy. To the only wise Elohim, our Savior, through Yahshua the Messiah, our Sovereign, belong glory and majesty, dominion and power, both before all time and now and ever. Hallelujah. You all have a wonderful rest of your week, and we'll see you next Sunday on Study of the Soul, a Metaphysical Journey. Peace.